bought a shed, I took it home, I'd selected it. I bought a shed, I bought a shed, I bought a shed. I followed the instructions, studied all the plans, worked day and night to get it right with blisters on my hands. And when I put the roof on and finished off the floor, I knew inside my heart of hearts I'd be ignorant no more. I heard a no inside my shed, I suspected it. I felt a no inside my shed, I detected it. I was so scared of what he said that I rejected it. He said, forget about the tarot, the I Ching and the runes. Get down your garden centre on a Sunday afternoon. Go past the cafeteria, past all the flower beds. If you're searching for enlightenment, head straight for the sheds. And so we lived inside our shed, and we respected it. I taught him, and he taught me, and we perfected it. And all because I bought a shed, I bought a shed. The I Ching and the rules, get down your garden centre on a Sunday afternoon. Go past the cafeteria, past all the flower beds. If you're searching for enlightenment, head straight for the shed. I bought a shed, I took it home, and I erected it. I bought a shed, I took it home, I'd selected it. I bought a shed, I bought a shed, I bought a shed. I followed the instructions, studied all the plans, worked day and night to get it right with blisters on my hands. And when I put the roof on and finished off the floor, I knew inside my heart of hearts I'd be ignorant no more. I heard a no inside my shed, I suspected it. I felt a no inside my shed, I detected it. I was so scared of what he said that I rejected it. He said, forget about the tarot, the I Ching and the runes. Get down your garden centre on a Sunday afternoon. Go past the cafeteria, past all the flower beds. If you're searching for enlightenment, head straight for the sheds. And so we lived inside our shed, and we respected it. I taught him, and he taught me, and we perfected it. And all because I bought a shed, I bought a shed.
Good morning, good morning, good morning, and welcome to ShedFest 2020. Lord knows we've been waiting. We've been so excited behind the scenes. My name is Leo. I'm from the UK Men's Sheds Association, and we're really excited to welcome you if you've made it live right now. You guys are the early birds. Well done. Congratulations. Let me give you a brief little introduction so you know what's in store today. So we've got a really exciting program on for you today. And first things first, let us know where you're tuning in from. So we want to know, we just want to make sure that you guys are here. We want to see that we want to make sure we can hear your comments. If you're on Facebook, on the Facebook group, if you're live on the YouTube group, send us a little message. Tell us where you're tuning in from. Clive Forrester, good morning. Good morning. Excellent. So yes, let us know where you're tuning in from. The second thing we want to let you know is if you want to get involved with this and you're not logged into our Facebook group or our YouTube group and you want to be able to still comment, you can text us. So shortly in the ticker, just at the bottom of the screen, our text number is going to pop up. And if you want to text in to the show, you can. And that's another way for you to communicate with us if you're perhaps watching us and you can't comment through the groups. Okay. The next thing I'd like to say is if you're tweeting about this event, ShedFest 2020, make sure to use the hashtag ShedFest 2020. ShedFest, the numerals 2020. That's how we're tweeting about this event if you're live tweeting. Again, welcome to ShedFest 2020. We're super excited to have you here. And I would like to welcome our esteemed guests this morning. Okay, so I'm going to call out their names and they're going to wave to you. It gets a bit hectic and noisy on here, so a wave will just do. So first of all, I would like to welcome, in no particular order of importance, Charlie Bethel, the UK Men's Sheds Association Chief Officer. I think he's got his Boris Johnson hairstyle on today. I would like to welcome Marcel, who is our producer for today. So the man behind the scenes, making sure everything works smoothly. I would love to welcome the lovely Kate Gordon, bringing some all-needed female energy to this environment. I want to welcome Nathan Soraya, who is the chairperson of the UK Men's Sheds Association. I would like to welcome, let's see who we've got on here, Steve Whitby. Hi there, Steve.
Hi, my friend.
Hope you're in good spirits this morning, Fine Fettel.
I certainly am.
Okay, I would like to welcome Tony Smith Crallen. Good morning, good sir.
And congratulations on getting my name right.
Yes, I have it written down on a piece of paper here, so let's see.
Most people can't pronounce it.
I would love to welcome the vivacious Rob Vicentainer to the show. Hello there.
Morning, all.
Let's see. Have I missed anyone? I'm going through a list of names. I'm a little bit nervous as it's early in the morning.
Simon Poole. You might have known Simon on this.
Hiya, Simon. Glad to have you
from
with us.
Men's Sheds Cymru.
Brilliant, brilliant. Love to have the Welsh contingent in the house. So what I'm going to do now is hand you over to our chairperson, Nathan Soraya, and he's going to say a few words. Over to you, Nathan.
Thank you, Leo. Yes, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to ShedFest 2020. For those of you who don't know me, as Leo said, my name is Nathan Soraya. I am the chairman for the United Kingdom Men's Sheds Association, commonly known to everyone as the UK MSA. I'm also the project director for Denby Men's Shed in North Wales, the creator of the original ShedFest, and co-founder of Sheds Sans Frontières. So precisely 111 days ago, I did something which I thought I'd never ever do in my life, and that was to close the doors of my beloved Denby Men's Shed, which was the site of the original ShedFest way back in 2015. Since those early days, I've seen the men's sheds movement grow incredibly rapidly, not just here in the UK, but everywhere around the world. And so at the outset of the COVID-19 crisis, it seemed to be that this thing could be the single most devastating happening that could ever be inflicted upon the men's sheds movement and the community as a whole. It would be insincere of me to minimize the impact that it's had on people's lives, psychologically and physically, to our communities, to our members, and also to their families. But in these intimidating and confusing times, there's been great courage, there's been great fortitude, and there has been great innovation. As the strain of lockdown began to bite, people from all across the Sheds movement began to look at different ways in which we could all stay connected. The resolve and spirit of the collaboration demonstrated by the Sheds movement worldwide has been really humbling and really inspiring. The importance of our sheds, our members, and our communities to the world has never been more authentically shown, and that is something which we must continue. But we must bear in mind that there's also many shedders here in the UK and the rest of the world who are not so digitally literate. And so it's our job at this time to make sure that those people are also supported and stay connected to us. So why are we here today? Well, the UK MSA held out long against the idea of cancelling this year's ShedFest. But in light of the severity of the crisis, we began to realise that we had no option but to cancel the live event. It was the right decision, and it was the responsible one. So what we have here for you today, over these next 3 days, is a star-studded cast presenting great workshops, hosting interesting talks and discussions. We have live craft event demonstrations from our patron, Chris Fisher, RPT, aka the Blind Woodturner, and from the renowned Peter Sefton. This is all being delivered through new technological platforms, for us anyway. So please bear with us as we go forward throughout the event, and just know that an incredible amount of work has gone on behind the scenes to make this all happen. So I'd personally like to thank our Chief Officer, Charlie Bethel, for being the driving force behind ShedFest 2020 and behind this virtual event. It's really something new. And to say, it goes without saying really that the team have been working behind the scenes incredibly hard. So I'd like to thank Leo and Kate and John for working so hard with Marcel from Guernsey Men's Shed to make all this happen, because it wouldn't really happen without all this work. And really, what you see here is just one part of it, but behind the scenes, everyone is scrabbling away to make it all happen. So this is using the StreamYard platform, courtesy of Marcel. So we really do owe him a debt of gratitude for bringing it together for us. But also, we couldn't do it all without the support and the ongoing support and commitment of our funders. So the UK MSA would like to thank the Dulverton Trust, the Rain Foundation, the Mercer's Company, the Tudor Trust, the Pears Foundation, Ingleton Wood, and everyone else that's donated to the United Kingdom Men's Sheds Association to help support the work that we do to support the sheds in our community. We would also like to thank our partners from the Ronseal Group, Axminster Tools, and Triton Tools for their ongoing support. And last and by no means least, I would like to thank all of you, the men and women of the Men's Sheds movement, not just in the UK, but worldwide, without whom none of this is possible. So sincerely, thank you for all that you do. Thank you to all of the national associations that are working with us and doing their bit in their own countries, and to all the other groups who are supporting the Sheds and the Men's Sheds movement worldwide. I'd like to say a big thank you to Patrick Abrahams and to Dan Gamai and to Frome FM for hosting the Shed Happens programs, which were there in the early weeks of the lockdown. Thank you guys, it kept a lot of us sane and distracted from what was really going on. So I'd just like to say, before I hand over to my friend Rob Vicentainer from Men's Sheds Cymru, I'm very pleased to have Men's Sheds Cymru and the Welsh Sheds on board officially for this year's ShedFest. Great bit of work, and truly in the spirit of collaboration. Thank you guys for joining us. And they're going to be presenting Tales from Wales. So everybody, please, we will have some social spaces available through Zoom calls during each day. And we encourage everyone to make the most of it in whichever way you can. Be a part, keep the text going, keep the messages going, keep the comments going. We will do our best to interact with you. And then hopefully you can join us for some genuine live chat on the Zoom sessions, which will be happening 4 p.m. till 6 p.m. Today, tomorrow, and Thursday. So everybody, sit back, enjoy the show. Bless you all, stay safe, and long live the Sheds.
Thank you very much for that, Nathan. That was excellent. It's just great to see how many people we've got from all over the world. We've got New Zealand in the house. We've got South Wales here. We've got Attenborough in the house. Over to you, Rob.
Hi, good morning, everybody. And thank you, Nathan. Thank you, Leo, for that introduction. I'm Robert Vicentainer. I work for Men's Sheds Cymru in Wales in the United Kingdom. I've got to remember that there are people from all over the world watching this, and how fantastic that is. Men's Sheds Cymru. Back in 2015, there were no men's sheds in Wales. I think the movement was bigger in Ireland and Australia at the time. And somebody at an organisation called Haban Cymru had been over to Ireland and discovered men's sheds and wanted to bring that to Wales. So late in 2014, they put together a funding application to the National Lottery, and they were successful. And the idea of that project spawned Men's Sheds Cymru. The project employed regional development officers, project manager and administrator with a view to helping groups of men create sheds in Wales. And the first project was going to be 3 years long, and the remit was to create 35 men's sheds. That happened quite quickly. At the time, not many people knew what a men's shed was. But as you guys will probably know, or at least all of those who are involved in men's sheds, there was real interest. And soon around Wales, we had a dozen sheds within the first 6 months. And by the end of the 3 years, we had the 35 sheds and another 20 in the making. So there was another application to the lottery, and they funded another 3 years. And we're currently in that last year. We're up to 66 men's sheds in Wales. I've got with me today my team, but I'm not sure whether they're in the room or whether I'm doing this on my own. There we are. There's Simon Poole. Give us this wave, Simon.
No, you're on your own. Totally. You're on your own.
We are. So Simon up top there is our North Wales Regional Development Officer. And we've got Ben North, who is in Southwest Wales. We've got Chris Southern, Southeast Wales. Give us a wave, Chris.
Morning,
and
everyone.
We've got Peter Jones. Peter Jones is our wellbeing advocate, and I'll talk a little bit more about wellbeing advocates.
Morning.
A little bit later. So where are we? So currently now, 66 sheds in Wales. There are at least 12, if not 20 sheds in the making. And they range from, and there's Tony as well. Tony Wan, give us a wave. Tony's another wellbeing officer with us. If you can hear us, I don't know. Sheds in Wales, varied. Probably 2/3 on the south coast and a third up north with a few splattered around the middle, should we say. We've got the Squirrel's Nest in Bridgend. We've got Pembroke Dock. There are 2 sheds called the Den. I think the Den in Rubina, Cardiff, and the Den in one of the Welsh valleys in Gwent. Real Men's Shed, Abertillery. Thanks, Chris. So we've got Real Men's Sheds, Blind Woodturner. We've got the Woodpeckers in Pontypridd, the Dusty Shed in Ely, the Old Blacksmith in Clydach, Shed Quarters in Maesteg. And what you'll see is quite a few of the men's sheds in Wales have decided to name themselves something other than town name and men's shed. And I think that's a fairly unique thing in Wales. Another interesting shed that we have is actually based in Her Majesty's Park Prison. It's called Head in the Shed. And we believe that's one of the first men's sheds inside the prison. Doing really good work, I think, and that element of camaraderie and looking after each other, really quite important. How are we doing? So we've got a short film that we made, I think it was about three years ago, Ben. It involves shedders from around Wales, and it tells a bit of a story of men's sheds. So I think if I ask Marcel to play that film, that should appear on your screens.
It isn't the shed so much, it is actually the people that it's all about.
Turn up.
have a nice cup of coffee, cup of tea, we sit down and we do what we're best at, which is talking, really setting the worlds to right.
It's good to come and talk. It's good to come and get everything off your chest.
Just keeping the grey matter just ticking over and getting other people's points of view on things.
It's very much banter, but none of it's taken personally. It's all good fun.
The main tool we've got in there is not the chop saw, it's the kettle. Women talk face to face, men do it shoulder to shoulder. In other words, men tend to chat to each other while they're doing something practical.
So many things you can get into, so many people. You can just come here, sit down, have a cup of tea, have a chat, or you can come and play on the machinery.
I've never done any woodwork. I'm a mechanical engineer, but I've done woodwork since I came here.
We're not professionals, we're a bunch of blokes that meet together and everyone learns from everyone else. It's a fantastic atmosphere.
There's a lot of people here in men's sheds have got a wealth of knowledge of what they've done over the years in their secular life. And they can bring that to men's sheds.
I have a list of various societies and so on that I got in touch with. Nobody could help me. But I came here and it just felt right.
That day you retire, those skills are...
Yeah, they go out the window.
Yeah, they're defunct.
A lot of men have worked with just men. They haven't worked with women. So when they retire, that is a loose end.
And if you don't do something, you very, very quickly sour and you end up sat at home watching Publicum.
It's easy to get stuck in a rut, and by coming here, it's another string to your bow.
People been through a lot of things in their life and experience, they can pass it on.
Very few people miss the work, but they miss the people that they work with.
It's wonderful. Lots and lots of lovely people come here.
So it's been an ideal opportunity to get to know new people and learn new skills.
The important thing is everyone enjoys what they do.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Come on, get on there.
All right.
What happens is that people start chatting. And now people in this shed who never knew each other before are actually big friends now.
And when you give up work, you forget or you lose that sort of drive to get up in the morning and be part of a working environment.
It gave me something to get up for. It gave me something to look forward to get involved with.
I'm no different than anybody else. I have a working life and a home life. And I've kind of missed out some of that sort of aspects of being part of a community. So it's nice to have that, and I'm enjoying that, I gotta be honest. That's a nice thing to be part of. Like, you know.
When we finish here on a Thursday, I go home and I feel elated. It really is like an injection in the arm.
It's like a free national health service, the men's shed. That's what it is.
People who are on their own find the shed even more valuable to a certain extent. There's a guy who comes now on a Friday, and it's one of the few times he gets out.
It can help a lot of people, especially with loneliness.
My reason was myself suffered from depression, a bit isolated, you know, and didn't know what to do.
My wife died 18 months ago, and I was at the end of my tether.
And I thought the men's shed is a good way of meeting people that have had the same experience as me and talking to people about that condition.
I found a good bunch of folks to be with, and they made the world for me. So I've stayed.
It's just getting out there, having fun, making the most of life, because that is what my late wife would have wanted me to carry on and do.
I came and I've never looked back. The men's sheds are a lifesaver for me.
I've been here for quite a few years now, and I'm loving every minute of it, every day.
We're back.
And we're back. There we are. I hope you enjoyed that. A bit of a taste of sheds in Wales. I saw Mike from the Den in Rubina, Cardiff, and he described how when he leaves the shed at the end of the day or end of the week, he's elated. And I think someone else said it's like a free health service, and that's something that we really recognise at all the sheds that we visit and that we are part of. Myself, I was involved with the Squirrel's Nest Men's Sheds 10 years ago. It's only recently that I've started working for Men's Sheds Cymru, and I'm proud to be able to do that. We've really tried to create a network of sheds in Wales, a proper men's shed movement. We've encouraged shedders to visit each other, and I think that's happened quite well. Certainly at the Squirrel's Nest, in the early days of shedding, we had quite a few visitors, groups who'd not known what a men's shed was, but wanted to come and see what one could be. And I think one of the early visitors to Squirrel's Nest was Pembroke Dock. They came to visit, and then I remember them writing to me, and they thanked me for the visit and said how fantastic and wonderful it was, inspirational, and they'd gone away and set up their own shed inside Pembroke Dock. Over the years, we've been able to put together national events for ourselves, perhaps not as big as ShedFest, but certainly big for Wales. We've done 2 events called I Shed Fod, based on the Welsh tradition of the I Steddfod. See what we did there, we changed stead for shed. Quite successful. We've even had a trebuchet building competition, not just building, but also firing them across a rugby field up in Rhyl in North Wales. That was good fun, wasn't it, Simon?
Oh, excellent. Can't wait for the next one.
Yeah, and I think that was an idea that you came up with the Rhyl Men's Shed.
I've got to give Woody credit for that from Rhyl Men's Shed. He's busy in his little workshop making weapons of mass destruction. And it was just a great idea that everybody liked. And we were paused, ready to do one this year, which was going to be, I think, Crazy Catapult.
That would have been fun, but unfortunately, COVID-19 and lockdown. But maybe
we're going to save it. Yeah, I think so. Great social distancing with a catapult, eh?
I'll certainly stay away from you. But there we are. And last year we did a gathering at the Senedd. For those that don't know, the Senedd is Welsh Government. It's in Cardiff Bay. That was last November, and that was our biggest event, actually. We had over 100 guys from across Wales come and visit. Chris, what did you think of the Senedd event? I mean, there were quite a few of shedders from your area that came along.
Yeah, it was nice. It was nice because it was down south. We had a lot of south sheds could make it. It's just nice to get the guys together, and it has been at each of these events. Which we also found last year at the UK Men's Sheds gathering when we got together. It's just nice to get the sheds, different sheds, to come together and have a chance to show off what they're doing, talk to each other, because they're all interested in very similar things. It was a good event.
And there's always a bit of competition. I think everyone, certainly in Wales, likes to know what their neighbours are doing.
Mm-hmm.
I just had a text from Shane, who's probably watching this. And he just wants to put a correction in, which is that Rhyl Men's Shed was formed in 2014 as the first men's shed in North Wales. Yeah, he spelt it right as well. But
well done.
Let's just be corrected there.
Good.
Sorry, Shane.
Contentious shed history, yeah.
Sorry, Shane.
Good. So I'm going to go back to the first ever gathering of men's sheds in Wales, which we called Pimp My Uke. And I think that was back in 2015. And I know certainly Simon was around then, but I don't think the rest of my team were.
I wasn't there.
Yeah,
no, and
they wouldn't let me come down. I had to stay up here.
No, but we definitely had Colwyn Bay came down and a couple of the other guys from up north.
Clanbroost, yeah.
and we held that in St David's Musical Hall in Cardiff. I was approached by a lady, Emma Robinson from Age Cymru, and they run a festival called Gwan Wyn, which celebrates creativity in older age. And she came to me at the Squirrel's Nest, and she heard about men's sheds and wanted to do something creative with the men's shed movement. So after a lot of talking, we came up with the idea of buying kit ukuleles, which we bought about 60 of, I think, emptied the stock in the UK, and then we sent those kits to all the sheds in Wales and asked them to build them and pimp them up. And we even asked some of them to try and learn to play them. And it happened. And the idea was that there would be a lot of banter and talking whilst they were building it, but nothing, complete radio silence. And we knew there was going to be an event and a gathering at the end, and no one said they were going to come along. You know, it was just complete silence. And I was panicking, worrying. I thought this is going to be a real letdown. But, you know, on the day we had, about 100 people. We had about 20 ukuleles. We had a ukulele band, and everyone came together and had a fantastic time. And that was the first gathering of men's sheds in Wales. It later went on to be nominated to the Arts Council, and it won the Epic Award 2015 for Wales category. And that was really, you know, that's a big honour, that is. So Pimp My Uke, we made a short film about it. And I think, again, Marcel has stacked that up and has got it ready to play for us.
I like ukuleles. Please join in. Feel free to join in. Oh, I like ukuleles. They always make me smile. Whatever trouble comes your way, it'll be alright in a little while. Let's pick a little tune now. It's easy if you try. Just a couple of chords on the flick of the wrist. And you try to wonder why you've never tried it before. It'll open the door to something that you thought you couldn't do. And take it from me, that little jumping flea will cheer you up and take away your blues. So give me a uke, give me a ukulele. Speaks to me saying please, please play me all through the day. And all on my own, I'll be strumming away till the cows come home. So play your ukulele, don't keep it to yourself. Your moans and groans will fade away. They should stick them on a national health. I love my ukulele, it's always been a friend. I'll hold it tight and keep it close until that very end. Da, 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 da.
Men's sheds, the idea was to pass something around Wales, something that we could share, a token of friendship, if you like. And that's hopefully what these pimped ukuleles have done. Our shed at Bridgend, we recently met a man who was sort of into ukuleles, and one of the guys had bought a kit ukulele. So we realised that you could buy these ukulele kits. The idea of Pimp My Ukulele was that men's sheds around Wales get sent kits, and everyone does them up to an extreme. And that was it. And then as it's grown, it's become, well, why don't we all meet up? And here we are today, meeting up, showing our ukuleles.
It's been a great help in many ways. I suffered with depression a number of years ago. It's helped with that as well. Been able to channel some of my skills into other things. All I can hope is that other sheds follow in the same vein as the Squirrel's Nest.
We came up with the idea of the ukulele being a token of friendship rather than a coracle, because it was easier to transport, perhaps a lot easier to make. And Robert B turned around and said, well, why don't we call it Pick My Youth? And everybody can have a go at it. And it took off from there because it's the idea of a token of friendship.
First category is for the practical skills, and what the judges were looking for were construction assembly of the kit, attention to the finish, detail, sound and playability.
And
Best practical skills, go on.
And the winner receives a £20 gift voucher for B&Q and a no expense spared trophy.
Iron Hall.
It's involvement with men's sheds, which has changed things. You know, I've been through the last 3 years. I've been going through depression, diagnosis of bipolar, and the last 3 years have been pretty grim, really. So I joined the Ferryside men's sheds to basically get me out of the man cave.
The next category is innovative skills, and the judges were looking for aesthetic quality, creative design, design application, modification, and customizing. Winner of this category,
which wins another £20 voucher and another cup.
Tony Tracy. This is best overall shed entry. Awarded to one shed who was really left to the challenge and submitted a wide range of entries and excelled in playing. Pick My Youth winner, Colwyn Bay Men's Shed. There we are. Thank you. I hope you enjoyed that. That was brilliant, brilliant fun. I think we've got some images now from the day, which hopefully Marcel will be able to scroll through those Yeah, so at the end of the day, we all decided we'd go outside and sing on the put on impromptu performance on the front steps of St David's Hall in Cardiff. That was good fun. I'm just looking at the comments that are coming up on the screen as well, and there we are on the front steps. Simon, I think Colwyn Bay were the overall winners.
Yeah, do you know?
You.
Totally great to see Brian, who was the founder, with his little ponytail and winning the uke, because he's struggled since with his mental health, and then also to see Malcolm, who's kind of taken up the baton, and Colwyn Bay actually really jumped in and got a little uke group going, which is still going today. So there's Ian and Malcolm and Alan and Brian, brilliant. And we have talked. I know Ben and I have talked about maybe doing like uked 2.
Uke 2 sounds good to me. There we are. There's Keith from Bridgend playing his well, what would you call that? A guitar uke, I think. I think we've got some images of the actual ukuleles. Richard Keane, maestro musician. He taught a lot of the guys to play the ukulele, and definitely encouraged them to take that up and to get up on stage. And then who have we got there? I'm not sure. That's member of the Plucking Four Strings. The Plucking Four Strings, a professional ukulele band who joined us for the day. Fantastic. Bob Narayan Taylor there. Bob from Carmarthen, really one of the early founders of the Men's Shed movement in Wales. I think he, along with Haven Cymru, really did bring men's sheds to Wales. Ben, you missed this. Ben, you would have enjoyed this.
Definitely.
Did you play ukulele, Ben?
Not at all. But I'd love to have learned.
Yeah, there we are. There's some of the ukuleles there. Simon, did you recognise where any of these come from? Quite a few years ago.
Yeah, one of them's Brian's, because he won the sort of best pimped uke, and he even made, and that one that's made out of the chocolate tin is Malcolm's, and Brian won for his. Yeah, that's Malcolm's. It's still around somewhere, Colwyn Bay, and Brian won for one that was beautifully decorated, and he made a case for it as well. They were just. Right. They came back on the train with some guys from Clan Roost, and they were absolutely bouncing.
I think that's a squirrel there from the Squirrel's Nest. Sorry, yeah, it was. I remember that feeling. At the end of the day, everyone really was buzzing. That's that's an eagle ukulele. That's from Bridgend, and I think I know what the next one is. Hopefully, it's the Pembroke Dock one. Or is that no? I think is that George Formby?
That's George Formby, yeah.
Can't remember. That might be Ferryside.
And Robert, who was the big guy talking? I've forgotten. I met him at this event in Cardiff way back when he was like just coming up with the idea that everybody should play the uke. They should introduce it into schools. Big guy with a beard and.
Was that Jeff? Was that Jeff Vines?
Yeah, he was. Yes. He was inspirational.
Yes, really was. Yeah, I think Jeff came along to Squirrel's Nest. That's how we met him, and yeah, he was very much a big part of bringing ukuleles to men's sheds.
Yeah, totally brilliant.
Yeah. Oh, that's the hippie uke.
I think what's quite interesting is how these groups, how the men. Put their own stamp on things. We saw it a lot last year with when we did the automatrons. Yeah. So we had the Yarmouth Valley making their big George Harrison, which just absolutely blew our minds. And then when we went to Rill and Woody turned up with his trebuchet that was only supposed to be under a metre tall, turned out to be 2.5 meters tall, and could have took out the side of the rugby club. So, that's what always amazes me and always excites me, is to see the spin that people take on it and the pride and the passion that comes through. And then that just bonds everyone together.
Yeah. I'm forgetting, looking at these pictures, the buzz that you just get when these guys are together all over the place. It's it's amazing that the last 4 months we haven't seen them really. And from the first film, there's a couple of guys no longer with us, and it really grabs you actually. John and David from Colwyn Bay, who passed away last year and the year before, and you forget what an amazing journey we've been on. It's absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, I think there we are. That was that image. Yeah, really, really amazing stuff. And so where are we now? COVID-19 lockdown. All of the sheds in Wales have, they've ceased their usual activities. Some have continued where they can to be involved in their community, in their villages, in their towns, and shout out to everyone that has done that. Brilliant stuff. Ourselves at Men Sheds Cymru, we launched our newsletter. It was in the making, but COVID-19 and lockdown and the closure of the sheds in Wales really encouraged us to get that going. It was our way of communicating with the sheds, with the guys who were still at home, missing out on being with their friends and their mates at the shed. I think we encouraged everyone to sort of join WhatsApp groups or email or phone or even write to each other. And I think as Nathan mentioned earlier, really try not to forget those who weren't so digitally literate. And I think most people do have phones, and I think Tony, Pete, you particularly, are talking to shedders at home.
Yes, yeah. We're in contact with a number of people that we were speaking to on our shed visits prior to lockdown, which has been good because we've actually formed a relationship with them before lockdown, so they were comfortable in speaking to us after that. And yeah, we put in sort of phone calls regularly, weekly, fortnightly, whatever they want really, and just have a chat and a catch up. We've also been able to enhance that. And we're linking in with other organisations, voluntary organisations, where they already have set up befriending services, and we've registered with them as well. So we're able to speak to older people across Wales, whether they're in now a shed community or not, or maybe they may be in a shed community in the future. Fingers crossed.
Yeah. And Tony, I know before lockdown you were visiting sheds and doing a lot of sharing of health information and good advice. And I think we've now put that online. Is that right?
That's it. At the start, when we visited the sheds, myself and Pete have taken health information packs, things like the screening programs and that, and we've linked in with Public Health Wales. And where the sheds are interested in their health presentations, then we've had someone from Public Health Wales go to the sheds. We've gone across with them as well, and they've shared information about the screening program. But just general discussion about men's health. It's amazing that someone presents information about their health, and then one of the guys says, "Oh, I've had that done. I've had that done." And it's really good and reassuring that a lot of the guys were saying good things about, it could be quite daunting, worrying about health matters. But when the guys are opening up, it shows that, it's not such a big deal in many cases. And the fact is that if they do have health concerns, the sooner it's flagged up and they do something about it, the better. So that has been really, really good. It just opens it out and got everyone involved.
Yeah, and I think that really reinforces that, men's sheds, they're that fun, safe place where you feel able to talk. Another thing that we've launched recently, and I'm going to ask Chris to talk about this, and Chris has been the spearhead in this, is the virtual Zoom room shed. I mean, that sounds really exciting and technological, and in these days, I'm sure everyone's now heard of Zoom. Chris, what are we doing with Zoom room shed?
New words to enter the vocabulary. I'd never heard of Zoom about 3-4 months ago. I just never heard of it, and yeah, it is exciting. It's interesting stuff. It's not very technologically challenging, actually. But we've set up a Zoom room, and it's a blend of a couple of ideas that have been kicking around for a while. Obviously, lockdown happened. It was a bit of a disaster for trying to organise social activities for older people in the community. we needed to do something, as both the films we've seen have demonstrated. Some of these guys are really, dependent on these sort of weekly get-togethers. It's their social interaction. That's it. Not all of them, but for some of them, it's really critical. So we wanted to do something. We wanted to do something online. Obviously, it had to be online. But the other idea we've been kicking around for a little while was getting sort of guest speakers in to come and present some skills, and tapping into another key interest of many men, which is just to have a nose into other people's workshops. We all love to have a look and see what people have got, what they do, how they do it. So I spent several weeks contacting people like the Heritage Crafts Guild. Frankly, a long list of people I've been phoning and emailing. And I've got a little menu of guest speakers in to come and agree to just let us into their workshop with a little camera. And the way I wanted to run it was to give someone 20 or 30 minutes to talk about what they do, show us some of their skills, show us some of their specialist tools, and then give us a 20, 30-minute Q&A session, a question and answer session, so that people can actually have some interaction. I didn't want it to be a Zoom room that was just sitting staring at each other talking. I didn't think that was really going to engage, but I did want to have some sort of social interaction. So that's what we did.
What guests have we had now so far? I think we've done two Zoom room sheds.
We've done two official two sessions with guest speakers. We did one session just with no speakers, just to test that people could actually turn their computers on. We did a bit of a run through, learning how to use the controls. We did a speaker. We had a guest speaker who's Alan Shires, who's a harp maker in West Wales. He runs a small factory, employs half a dozen or so people. He's been in the business for over 40 years, and he actually he walked us through some of the processes. He was working on the first concert harp, the big full orchestral pedal harp. The first one he ever made was 40 years ago, and he had it back in for some refurbishing and touching it up. It's owned by the Education Authority in Caerphilly. So he walked us through some of those processes. Fascinating. Played guitar with his wife, who played the harp for a moment for us. And we asked him some questions. He showed us some information about a new gilding technique, which we all took notes on, and I shared a link because it's much easier than gilding was traditionally. And last week we had Simon Brock, who's a clog maker up in Sheffield. Get it right now. I accused him of living somewhere he didn't, but Sheffield.
I think you said Leicester.
Great show. I think I did say Leicester. It's probably very offensive, but I apologise for that. And Simon had done a great job of preparing. I mean, he makes the wooden soled leather upper clogs, traditional clog dancing type clogs. And he'd done a great job of a Blue Peter type presentation where he had clogs at every stage, so he could say, and now I did this, and here's one I made earlier, classically.
Brilliant.
Good show, and great questions.
Yeah, so that's going to be available on our website soon. So just a quick one. I know we've got someone with a penny farthing due to talk. Is that right? Do you want to tell us very briefly about that?
I believe he actually runs a unicycle factory, but he is I believe the UK, if not the world's penny farthing long distance cycling champion. Yeah, so he's going to tell us about how he's brought the Victorian penny farthing design into the 21st century.
That's fantastic.
Interesting stuff.
So keep an eye out for that, and that'll be on our website.
All on our Facebook and our website.
Sure. So, some of the sheds, most sheds have closed. Some are doing other things in their community. I know the Den in Rubina, Cardiff, are making face shields for other groups. Kyra Bridgend, Kyra Men's Sheds, the infamous Kyra Men's Sheds. Great guys. Ben, we've got a short film from Kyra about what they're doing during lockdown. I think it was made about 6 weeks into lockdown. Do you want to just tell us briefly about Kyra Men's Shed and then introduce the film?
Yeah, I think Kyra Men's Sheds is one of those freak sheds that we have in Wales that do something slightly differently, but it has such a massive impact. They don't necessarily do one thing. That it's more about a social group. It's more they get together every week, they have lunch together, and then they embark on projects. And what's fantastic about these projects is as they engage with themselves, it helps the people in their community, and then their message just gets passed along and promotes the Men's Shed movement across the rest of the world, really. And you know, it's always done to a high standard. The production values are really, really high. They've done several. They started off doing a naked calendar, and that comes with a video detailing their journeys. So that they've done several different things like that. They came to the Senedd last year, and I think they were the first people to bring a mankini and a scooter into the seat of Welsh government. They weren't too, the Welsh government weren't too happy about it, but
well, they got through security.
it was the concept. It was the value that it brought to the people involved in that production. The people that got involved and had the confidence to get up there and perform. But then it was the message that it portrayed that was fantastic.
Brilliant. So should we have a look at that film? I'm sorry, Ben. I know we're going to run out of time otherwise.
Yeah, and you know, this is another bow to their feather.
On the 23rd of March, the nation was put into lockdown in an unprecedented attempt to limit the spread of COVID-19. As schools and shops closed their doors and family and friends were separated, the message was clear: stay home to save lives. 5 weeks into lockdown, with the government reluctant to ease restrictions, communities are feeling the strain of strict social distancing measures. I'm here in Caira in the South Wales Valleys on behalf of Caira Men's Shed TV to find out how some members are coping with life in lockdown. This is Chris, known as Jippo. He is the chairman of both Caira Men's Shed and CDT. Jippo is at the forefront of leading the team at CDT to support the community in distributing thousands of food packages to the community.
What we've been doing for the last 6 weeks is supplying food parcels to people that are struggling in the valley, and also delivering to some people that are isolated and can't get out of their house. The volunteers up here have been outstanding. We got volunteers from Caira Men's Shed, and we got volunteers from CDT as well, all working together, and they're doing a fantastic job.
This is Martin. Martin is a member of Caira Men's Shed, and he's also the chairman of Pontycymer Men's Shed. Every day, Martin travels to Cardiff to collect essential supplies from key international food retailers, including Marks and Spencer's, Aldi's and Tesco.
What we do is we make up a mixed pack of vegetables and fruit of whatever we've got, berries each day. We make up as many packs as we can. We end up selling about 50 or 60 a day, people coming in. And we have a good mix of veg that get donated from Aldi's and from M&S.
So I get to drive the vans 4 days a week there. Amongst the other guys as well, there's lots of us. And we go and collect the food deliveries from places from Cardiff to Neath to Swansea to Mumbles, bring them back here. And then the hard work, I got to say, is done by the guys inside.
My name is Mohammed Malik. So here at Aldi's, we think it's really important to support our local community. So on a daily basis, we like to give back. So when I'm checking the dates on products or anything, instead of throwing those items away, we think it's better off if we give them to the community and just like to help them out.
My name's Grit. I pick up some veg packs and I deliver them to old people who they can't get out. I took a veg pack to a little old lady and she had tears in her eyes. So I said, oh, don't be upset, I said, because I'm fetching you this veg pack. And she told me, shut up, I've just been peeling onions. So I made my day.
We got the groups, we got the Men's Shed. We've got the Men's Shed here who help out a great deal. Well, the impact from the community of Caira has been quite significant on this. I think all the feedback we've had has been positive. I'd like to thank my Stake Town Council for funding the vehicle for us for these 2 months.
The Men's Shed, I got to say, has been a revelation, not just in what it does for the guys that come along, but it's what the guys who come along do for the community at large. And their reach is massive. everybody knows the men's sheds. The men's shed here in Cairo, everybody knows what they do in the community. They got a big heart, I got to say, as an organisation, and it's been a big lift for me, I have to say, in the period of lockdown, just to be part of this, because you know, we're doing our bit, but on the other hand, it's given me a big lift as well, actually, to be part of this.
So, Keith, when you found out that you would have to shield indoors and isolate for, you know, we don't know how long, what were your thoughts and feelings on that?
Well, my daughter phoned me and told me, she lives in Northwood West, told me I got to go down there. And I said, all right, I'll come for a week. Not coming for a week, she said 3 months. I said, oh, I can't go down there for 3 months. I got my medication to sort out, and I wouldn't like to leave the place empty for 3 months.
How do you feel you would have coped with this crisis if you hadn't have met any of Cairo Men's Shed?
Oh, it would be worse.
How would it be worse?
Well, I wouldn't have so many people to talk to on the phone or send messages to. And although I got good neighbors, the Men's Shed people bring more bulk food, you know, bigger parcels up. Like.
Hello, Jippo, Chairman of Cairo Men's Shed and Chairman here of CDT, Cairo Development Trust. What are people's worries? What are people's concerns in the community?
It's a very emotional ride because, yes, I do deal with people every day. You know, up to 60 or 70 people come every day here. All different situations, you know. Some are sad stories, some are happy stories. And it seems like this makes it all worthwhile, really. We got some thank you cards. There's one thank you card of a small boy, Noah. It actually says inside, to Jippo and Gang, thank you guys for all that you do for our community. You are all so amazing, kind, caring people. Love from Noah, your buddy.
And Mike, if you had a message for any vulnerable men who are also feeling the strain with the loneliness, the isolation, what would you say to them?
Just think positive. There's a lot of people that's lost their lives, you know, in this with this epidemic that's going on, and we're lucky that we're still here, you know, and just think positive, and everything will be all right.
The curse of the virus. Here I sit all alone in solitary isolation. This demon virus frightens me, as others of the nation. The days are long, done my jobs, I should have stayed in bed. If I don't find a hobby soon, I'll go off my head. Cleaning cupboards is a chore, but can only once be done. And a repeat performance surely isn't fun. My cooker is now shining, free from all the grease. If it was only human, it would ask me for some peace. My windows now are gleaming as the glass in my front door. My Hoover's working overtime, cleaning every floor. When will this virus leave us and all this cleaning end? I can't go on much longer, I'm going round the bend.
Regardless of the challenges that Cairo Men's Shed face going forward, one thing is clear. They still continue to play a crucial role in the local community. But for now, Cairo Men's Shed must remain united by staying apart.
I think we're back.
We're back. Brilliant. Gosh, we cut that really fine. I want to thank everyone that's watched, everyone that's taken part. Thank you to my team. I need to give a big shout out to Fred Hottinger. Fred wasn't able to join us today, but he's there in the background, has been there from the very beginning. Thank you, UK MSA, Charlie, Nathan, Leo, Kate, and everybody. Thank you very much. And I think Leo is going to join us shortly and introduce the next session.
Brilliant. Thank you so much, guys. That was excellent. Really love the stuff about the Cairo Men's Sheds. We're such big fans over here at the UKMSA. So we're going to say goodbye to you now, and we're going to roll on to our next part of the program. Have a great one, guys. Hopefully we'll see you.
You too, yeah.
Ciao, everyone.
Thanks, Leo. Charlie,
Cheers,
ciao.
Everyone, bye.
I know.
Brilliant. I'm just going to be joined now by Charlie, who is the CEO over at UK Men's Sheds. But first of all, just to say to you, if you've just joined us, welcome to ShedFest 2020. This is our first ever virtual ShedFest. And who knows, if you guys like it, we might maintain this format as we move forward in the future. So if you've never been to ShedFest, it's your first time, it's mine too, and I'm loving it so far. Thanks to Rob and the team for the great job they've done. This is what's on next. So up next, we have Keep On Turning with the Blind Woodturner. I know some of you guys have been really looking forward to that. He's got a really inspiring tale about how wood turning changed his life. Really powerful stuff. And he's going to be doing some wood turning at the same time. If you're out there and you're on Twitter, please like and share anything that's got the hashtag ShedFest 2020. And please do use the hashtag ShedFest 2020. On top of that, if you're trying to communicate with us and we've got comments popping up, and if you're not able to comment because you're not logged into YouTube or Facebook, but you're watching us from our website or elsewhere, please feel free to text us on the number below, 07946 682 738. I'll hand over to Charlie to say a few things.
Thanks, Leo. And mannequins and ukuleles. That's what I take away from the Wales presentation. And Rob, you looked a lot younger then. You've had a really hard couple of years, haven't you?
What do you mean? I still am young, Charlie.
Yeah. And there was even a Star Wars Y-wing ukulele, I think I saw.
There was.
So if I could get a photo of that, that's a project I'd love to do. But thank you very much. It's been great working with you as well over the last few months, Rob, and you know, new sheds during lockdown. It's just incredible.
Brilliant. Yeah, it's great. You know, I'm amazed that, you know, sheds, even during lockdown, people are really clamoring to start sheds.
Yeah, and needed more than ever. I did want to say a happy birthday. I think we've got a photo on the Welsh theme from Kira Men's Sheds. Victor Davies turned 102, I think it was on Sunday. So a challenge to those that are listening, the oldest shedder in the world.
Oh, good challenge. Like that, man.
Yeah, so we've got David on later from Australia, so he'll try and put us right, but we'll be right because we're
and I'll be joining you for that later too.
Yeah, no, thank you very much, Rob, and for your team. Now it is my great privilege to introduce Tony Smith-Crellin, and even more of a privilege to introduce our first patron, the Blind Woodturner, Chris Fisher, RPT. Hello, Chris.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. You?
I'm fine, thank you, sir. Yes. Unintended.
I will now hand you over to Tony. I would say capable hands because I'm being polite. And
that will make a change.
It will, yes. I mean, I've heard Chris speak before, and truly inspirational. And if anybody wants to, look at these YouTube videos, I highly recommend them as well. So, over to you two, and have a good session. See you at the end. Bye.
Bye.
My hand goes the wrong way.
Thank you, Charlie. And good morning, Chris. We haven't spoken this morning. Good morning. Right, we've got several things to take us through. Chris is going to do some turning in a while, and I've got to remember to say it's Chris Fisher, RPT, and understandably, Chris is very proud of those 3 letters after his name, and I can understand why. But if I can get Leo to do the first video, I'm not sure which one of the two we're having.
Well,
and I'm still not sure which one of the two we're having. So is Leo going to run the video? Nope, we've got the pictures.
All right, okay, we've got the pictures. When you're a young child and your parents say you can do absolutely anything you want to do in life, you can be anything, that isn't a hollow statement, that's really true. I'm Christopher Fisher and I am a blind woodturner. I woke up one Sunday morning, it's almost exactly a decade ago. Woke up with blurred vision and didn't know what the cause was, but to cut a long story short, I was diagnosed with toxoplasmosis, which is an infection that affected the retinas. So I'd gone from blurred vision to completely blind in 4 weeks. You do go through a bereavement process when you go blind. You can't see the beauty of Mother Nature anymore, a blue sky, and it's things like that that sort of like tug at your heartstrings more than anything. But I suppose after time, you become an expert at being blind. I've always been and remain so a huge horror film fan, and I wanted a vampire steak as a piece of horror art. I thought the way around it would be wood turning, but I had never been a wood turner, so I listened to YouTube for 600 hours. Initially, it was terrifying, and I still get scared every time I use the lathe. This machine is spinning incredibly fast. Some of the pieces of wood have substantial weight to them and mass. It's nerve-wracking times, and you can be presenting the tool incorrectly to the work, and it will get what's called a catch, and it'll fire the tool back, and you've got to have a firm grip so it doesn't throw the tool out of your hand. So yeah, anxious times, but lots of fun too. Lots of people thought I was crazy, and other wood turners have said to me, why have you still got all your fingers and things like that? When a workpiece is on the lathe, I am getting lots of reference and feedback, both through the tool, and it's coming through my fingertips. The sounds of the wood from a safety standpoint are very important. The pitch and the tone gets higher and sharper as the wood gets thinner, and there'll be telltale rattles or knocks. It takes me a lot longer to do a piece than it would a sighted wood turner, because I have to start, stop, feel, start, stop, feel. But also that makes me a lot safer. Disability, it's a strange word. I like to say disability doesn't mean you can diss my ability. Don't label people, and don't ever say no, they can't do that. That's the worst thing you can say to me, because I'll just go out of my way to prove them wrong, and I will achieve that. There'll be times when you are angry, you can lose your patience, you're sad. Things that used to take you a minute can take you many, many minutes. But I wanted to prove to myself and to others that you shouldn't lose a grip on your dreams. There are lots of people that are going through trauma and transitional periods, and it's not always to do with disability. People from all walks of life can be going through tough times. I just want people to, when they're up to it, get straight back in the saddle and grab life by the seat of the pants and carry on. That's what I'm trying to spread, that message. Please never, never give up. Even though things might seem to be worse than you ever thought possible, please, please, please stick with it, and you'll get wherever you need to be. I wanted to learn wood turning, and there was nothing that was going to stop me. I've been through some really rough times. I know deep down I'm a better person for it. I am a stronger person, and this might freak you out, but I don't want my eyesight back. I am happy with who I am now, and it was such a struggle to get to where I am. I don't want it to change.
Thank you, Chris. That's a very moving and informative video. One question for you: your steak. Do you still have your vampire steak, and how long did it take you to make it?
I still have for posterity and as a reminder of where all this amazing stuff started. So I'm just going to step away from. I'll be back in a second. So this is the vampire steak that I craved as a piece of horror art for Halloween. And this is why I listened to YouTube for 600 hours. This is why I became a wood turner. and this took me all day to do. And it's Genesis. It's so important, this piece. I can't even put it into words, really. And it was just a simple piece of pine. And I'm so happy that I was able to get my vampire steak. And from then on, I've had this affinity with wood turning and, enduring passion. But there it is. It's it's all because of that.
I'm glad to see it's unused. Is it somewhere safe, so you need it when you need it? It's there.
Well, yeah, you never know. Coming from Salford, of course, it's always prudent to have a vampire steak.
As a Southport lad, I can't say. So, you where did you get your inspiration from? What did you just pick YouTube videos at random, or was there somebody pointing you in the right direction?
Well, the first person on YouTube that sort of was suggested to me was a woodturner called Mike Waltz from near Milton Keynes, and he's a terrific guy, and we've since become great friends. So I contacted him and told him that I was totally blind and was interested in learning wood turning, and could he put some more descriptive narration on his videos to help me out so I could picture what was going on. And he did that, and he was so kind. And there were a few other YouTube woodturners that I learned a lot from. The first woodturning demonstration I saw live was a master woodturner called Colwyn Way, who is one of the senior craftsmen for Axminster Tools and Machinery. And that was the first live demonstration. So Colwyn Way, again, a great friend. And, I've had the privilege of working alongside him at demonstrations and exhibitions. So those were the first two. But really, the world famous wood turning artist, Nick Agar, who is originally from Devon, but he's since relocated to Georgia in America. His work was so amazing to hear, and the Viking element, which I love, and the texturing and how sensory and tactile it sounded. I was like, well, this is the guy that I want to be. I want to be a blind version of Nick Agar. And it was Nick that taught me how to power carve. I spent the day with him, and Nick had done pieces for the royal family, the late Lady Diana and Prince Charles. The Royal Jewellers in London Aspreys have his pieces. He's got many, many influential clients all over the world. So I was lucky to spend a day at his workshop, and that's when my wood turning really started to become more of wood turning art. And I still love doing utilitarian stuff, like a bowl or a salad bowl or a goblet, but wood turning art is where I'm headed, and textural pieces that I really enjoy because it's a sensory element.
Okay. So you do lots of things with Axminster. Do they provide you with timber, or do you how do you find the right piece of timber? You've got a really nice piece of timber on the lathe there.
Piece of sycamore, but I'm lucky to be supported by a company called British Hardwoods from Keighley in Yorkshire. So I've been a guest demonstrator at a couple of their open days, and Tony, the owner of the business, said he would love to support me with wood. So that's where I get my wood from, British Hardwoods. But Axminster have been very supportive throughout all of my wood turning, and I demonstrate for them in store, although this year's events have been cancelled due to the pandemic. But yeah, I've got a good long-standing relationship with Axminster. They gave me my first professional demonstrating opportunity in store in Warrington, and from there that I was starting to get booked then for wood turning clubs and symposiums and exhibitions, etc. But yeah, Axminster are crucial to where I've been. I use Axminster machinery and lathes. I love them. They've never let me down. And of late, this is a bit of a shameless plug, but when I get to turning this, you might see me use this. It's something I invented, and now that has gone into production and is on sale through Axminster. It's the Blind Woodturner Speed Sizer for sizing tenons and mortises on wood turning blanks. So that's great. So I'm an inventor, and it's on to market as well now because of my collaboration with Axminster.
Very good. So how do you just, does Tony just give you wood and you choose which piece you're going to go for, or do you ask for a particular?
I'll ask for a selection. It's more cost effective for them to send me out a box full on a van as to send me one piece this week. And so he'll ask what I've got in mind, and I'll get a mixture of spindle blanks and bowl blanks. They're all British hardwoods, hence the name. Beech, elm, oak, ash, yew, cherry, lots and lots of different types of amazing wood. And an assortment of sizes, and both spindle and bowl blanks. So he is actually due a call from me because I've used so much in lockdown practicing, and I've almost run out. So I should contact him very soon.
Maybe he'll be watching, and we can you can save yourself a call.
Yeah.
So how do you do? Are we going to start the demonstration now, or you want to wait for a little while?
I'm just going to feel for my face shield. So as I'm turning, the mental imagery will start forming. For those of you that don't know me, I've no vision at all, so I work solely on mental imagery, and as the piece is evolving, the mental imagery will be changing, and it's just like reading a really nice book, how you get these pictures in your mind of the characters and the scenes and things like that. My whole life is like that. So as this project takes place, the pictures are continually evolving. But we shall start by getting this bowl blank, and I think it's interesting for the people that are watching. I can let you know how big this bowl blank is. So using my talking tape measure,
0 inches.
So I've just fired that up. It's set on inches, but you can change it.
10 and 1/16 inches.
10 and 1/16, so it's a 10-inch in diameter blank, and
2 and 5/16 inches.
2 and 5/16, so we'll call it a 2-inch. 10 by 2-inch blank. So for those of you at home that were wondering how big this is, it's 10 by 2, piece of sycamore. So I'm just going to start with a bowl gouge. That'll turn off, auto turn off. I'm going to start now by just getting it trued up, and then so I feel for my start position. Gently bring the lathe up to speed. So this is all done just by sound, and then got the handle down with some nice gentle. So it's just the same as a sighted wood turner. So I'm feeling and listening all the time. And I will stop in a second. Just lift the face shield up so you can hear my voice better just as that. So it's time now to just have a feel, make sure that all that protective wax is being removed, and I'm getting it into round. So
the tools that you're using, do you rely on them being in the same place every time, or are they marked, or how do you tell which tool you're using?
Well, that added a place for everything and everything in its place.
Yes.
That is so important when you can't see.
Yeah.
I never let anybody, if I've had someone here for a class, a lesson, they always say, "Oh, let me stay behind and help you clean up." And I'm, no, please, you've had a great day, go home, have your tea, relax, and let me tidy up, because if I need to find for instance, a bowl gouge or a spindle gouge, it's not in the right place, that's scuppering my efficiency. And with me being a professional wood turner, if I'm doing something as a commission, I need to claw back time with regards a sighted wood turner that can operate a lot quicker than I can. So it's all about efficiency for me. So yeah, things must be in the right place all the time. So we're nearly there, getting this into round. So just take your time. The handle with the gouge is down. Getting bevel contact. And the flute is at about 2 o'clock. So that's pretty much in round. I'm not going to go nuts with getting that perfectly round because we'll be shaping it around anyway. So
what sort of projects do you enjoy? Particular projects, or just any project, or just?
Well, yeah, it's any project really, Tony. But I am not a production turner, and that is not where my destiny lies. There are some amazing production turners out there, and their skill levels are at another level. But yeah, I really do want to be, a wood turning artist. So projects are mainly for me decorative. But like I say, when people ask for a goblet or a salad bowl or something like that, or a pen, do a lot of pen turning. So yeah, I don't shy away from a commission, but it wouldn't be production turned. I wouldn't really do 30 stair spindles. It'd just take me too long because I can't see what I've just turned. So I know it's weird, but yeah, I could turn something and it's like I can't even see what I've turned. So for me to be holding it and touching it so many times to try and replicate it, I have done small batches of production turning, like 6 of something or 20 of something from my uncle, these little eggs. But yeah, more of a decorative wood turning artist.
Which is fair enough, because I think as shedders we shy away from doing things which are from a production. I know within the Silvers Workshop we try and make sure that everything is unique. Even if we're trying to make 3 of the same thing, you'll get them all different. Because otherwise we may as well be back at work.
Right. So I'll just move this tool rest a bit further out now, just so I can. So these things on the tool rest, this is another invention of mine, which has gone into production. So they're tool rest stop ends. So they can stop me from falling off the tool rest. I can use them as markers. So this was another idea of mine that got put into production.
You're going to look at the job from a slightly different angle, if you can excuse the description.
Yeah.
You're going to see things that we wouldn't see, and I use those words differently.
I get what you're saying. Yeah, I do live in a different world, than the sighted, and a lot of the times it's necessity is the mother of invention, and I have a lot of ideas, and I love solving problems and working the problem. And every now and then I'll have an idea, and I'll go, flipping heck, this would benefit lots and lots of different people, that are sighted. So, like with the 2 things that I've got, where you approached Axminster and they said, yeah, that's brilliant. So, we really do think that would work amazingly well for anybody. So
we've got a question on the screen which you would probably answer very quickly. Is what model lathe are you using? Is this I think I saw it in my notes somewhere. This is with the professional Axminster.
Yeah, this is the Axminster trade. Now they've just all been sort of like rebranded, and We've got new numerical identifications. This is the AT1416 VS, so it's the.
Don't you love names?
Axminster trade, that's the 80. The 14 is the swing over the bed, so it will take a 14-inch bowl, which for me at this moment is big enough, but I do crave for a full-size lathe. And 16-inch between centres, but you can get a bed extension, which will take it out to about 3 foot. So you could do longer spindle work on it. But for me, it's great. It can go in the back of the car. This is what I use on all my professional demonstrations around the country. Unless it's an Axminster demo, and then I'll just use one of their in-store models because I'm familiar with their stuff. But if I went to a wood turning club and they've got a lathe which might have a touchpad control system on it, that's no good to me because all the touchpads feel the same. The beauty of these lathes, it's a lovely chunky tactile remote control. I can position it where I need it. It's never ever missed a beat. It's super smooth. It's got the power that I need. And I love it to bits. But it's the Axminster trade, but it's called something else now. It's the 80 something. Maybe Nicola can get it up.
It's just come up on the screen for
all right.
users.
So what I've done now is I'll just show this again. I'll put the speed size of this now. All the holes that are horizontal correspond to a particular Axminster chuck jaw set. So I know that I am using C jaws, and I'm going to be putting a mortise on this and a foot. So it will be holding the work in external or expansion mode for a mortise. So I know which hole it is. So rather than people using dividers and calipers and presenting it to the work and getting a catch or measuring your jaws, once you know what jaws you've got and you've got one of these, it's as simple as you put the speed sizer up and it's held loosely in place by the live center. And in lieu of a pencil, I use a scratch awl and then just line that up in position. And then quite simply, I'll just spin that up for a second, remove that, and I know I've got the perfect mark on my bowl there for the mortise, and my jaws will open to the perfect diameter to get optimum grip. So it's safer, and that's repeatable time and time again. So
really good idea.
So,
congratulations.
Thank you very much. Yeah. I think really just now while I'm working, I'll sort of like tell people sort of like a little bit more about my story, if that's all right, and sort of like the importance. And I don't know what you had in mind, Tony.
Yeah, I'll sit here quietly watching because I'm fascinated. It really is a great privilege and pleasure to watch you working.
So
I do like watching people work anyway.
Yeah, that's good. As I'm going to be just marking now the position of the mortise with a parting tool, I'll say, I went blind very quickly in 2008. And for the first year of being blind, there was so much to do regarding rehabilitation and learning how to make a drink again and shave and brush your teeth and use your long cane. There was a lot going on, and I was mentally in an okay place. You know, I was coming to terms with working and living as a blind guy. Well, not working actually, because obviously I'd had to give up work. But approximately a year after going blind, I was at college doing a cookery course for the blind in Bolton, and my tutor, she said, "What's wrong, Chris? You're quiet, and that's not like you." So I said, I don't feel well at all. Can you take me to the toilet? And I was violently sick, and I had a full-blown panic attack, and that was the start of the, post going blind anxiety. And that manifested then as panic attacks, muscle spasms, hallucinations, hot sweats, not sleeping, not just feeling nauseated, but physically being sick, not going out. And that lasted for about 3 or 4 years. And I was very close to wanting to check out. And I don't need to phrase it any differently than that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm really glad you didn't.
Yeah, and you know, for the sake of having, well, because of having a great family and a young son, Charlie was 7 at the time when I went blind, and because of that, I decided to stick with it. And over those 4 years, I had counselling with the RNIB, bereavement counselling. I was put on medication by the doctor, and slowly but surely, you start, you know, realizing that, hey, I've just had a good day, and I could do with some more of that. And you start slowly but surely coming out on the other side. And I started then wanting to take life by the scruff of the neck again, and challenge myself as a blind person to get back in the saddle. You know, life would never be the same, and I rely on a lot of people on a daily basis in my life and a lot of technology. But that's when, you know, I thought, oh, I could really do with the challenge. And I'd always worked with my hands. My background is in engineering, and also I worked in the automotive industry for BMW. So I've always worked with my hands. So yeah, I thought, oh, I'd love to make the vampire steak. So that's how it progressed. So after listening to YouTube, I bought a lathe, bought some tools, got some wood, and taught myself. And that was it. And then people were saying, wow, that's really nice. Could you make me one? And the staff at Axminster were going, this is amazing. And, you know, then the demonstrations started coming. And, you know, it's always about putting your head above the parapet and showing people that, you know, anything is possible, and you just have to believe in yourself and have that tenacity.
I think that's the difficult thing, is believing in yourself sometimes.
Yeah. So I'm just marking. Using the parking tool. I'm just marking the position of my foot, and then what I'm going to do now is I have my own range of carbide custom tools. You seeing that okay there, Tony?
Yep, I can see the logo.
So these were made for me by a very dear friend who's a good woodturner and an engineer. So it's got a lovely, these are removable shafts, hence the big chunky tactile knob. A lot of tools have a collet chuck, so he gave me a big chunky tactile knob. These grooves are a 1/4 inch increments, so I can, you know, I guess get quite a good idea as to how far I'm going with the project.
Yep.
They're flattened off on the bottom so they don't roll away like a carpenter's pencil. And these are modern carbide. So I use a mixture of modern carbide and traditional tools. I taught myself on traditional tools, but carbide, you know, they're not idiot proof. And people think, oh, well, you know, carbide are easy. There's still a learning curve, and you still need to be careful. You can still get a catch, and it's a different sort of catch, but you can still get one. So I'm going to use this square carbide. Just gently remove the center portion. Oh yeah, I'm doing it just all by touch, remember, and thousands of hours of practice, so you have amazing muscle memory. Just stop and have a feel now. You have amazing muscle memory, which sighted people do as well, you know, muscle memory. And then my memory map, which is all the images in my head.
Yes, Alan Stocks has put up a question. Can you explain a little bit more about the mind mapping think
Yeah.
you create a picture in your mind.
Yeah, so the memory map, the correct term, that's just, you know, what I rely on practically every second of my day, you know, to assist me in, you know, not just moving around and navigating, but wood turning. And because I was sighted for 38 years, you know, I know what, you know, a piece of wood looks like, you know, and I know what tools look like. So I can draw on that memory map. And it is just like I've said before, when you're reading a good book and you're formulating images. But my images, because I was sighted, are, you know, pretty much on the mark. So I use them all the time to help me turn, and it's giving me a picture in my mind in real time of how the project is developing and what I envisage the project will look like later on. You know, even if that involves some engraving and texturing work or colouring, because I use a lot of colour. So this is nearly there. So and you know, obviously, you know, we're here now with the ShedFest 2020 event. I can't, you know, speaking from personal experience, I cannot, you know, put into words. I can't use enough superlatives to explain how important the UK Men's Sheds Association is. You know, I've, you know, listened to the guys from Wales before. You know, it was so true what they were saying. It's a chance for people to get out of the house, you know, meet new friends, socialize, learn a new skill. And, you know, because, you know, there is a lot of importance now in noticing mental health problems and nipping it in the bud as quick as we can. It's really cool that people that suffer with depression and anxiety and loneliness and bereavement have got somewhere to go. They can talk to their friends and share their problems, and, you know, having access to that network, it cannot be understated. And, you know, I am testament to that. You know, I didn't keep anything to myself. I sought help, and it's really important that any member of the sheds in the country, you know, if they are going through a tough time, that, you know, they seek help and get help and talk about it and share their feelings, and, you know, forget the, you know, the rough and tough, you know, image of a, you know, a bloke that works with his hands. You know, if your head decides to go, you know, to places it shouldn't be going mentally, you know, I don't care how tough you are, it will let you know in a very similar way. So
yes, I'm sorry to say I can understand that. I've been there myself.
Yes, well, you need to recognise the signs as early as you can. Talk to friends in the shed.
It's talking to people. So you I'm just reading through my notes. The tools that you use, you sharpen yourself?
I do, Tony. Yes, I sharpen them with a Tormek T8. So I've had the pleasure of working for Tormek, the Swedish company, and they're very dear friends of mine. So I demonstrated for Tormek, and the company that import Tormek into the UK, that's Brymark Tools. That's part of the Axminster Group, and they import Tormek into the UK. So I demonstrated for Tormek at the Harrogate show last year. I was their professional demonstrator, and Pontus, who is the CEO of Tormek. Now, a lot of your members are going to know who Tormek are, and it's a slow speed water cooled chapman system. So yeah, I was working for Pontus as well, and although on the first day I was telling everybody that he was one of their sales demonstrators, and he said, "Well, actually, I'm the CEO." So, sorry, but he said, "Technically, you're right." He says, "I do travel the world selling Tormek," but he started there 25 years ago after he'd finished uni, and he's been in every department, and now he runs the business, is the CEO. But as part of that demonstration, I turned a Viking goblet, so that's now on display. in the HQ in Sweden. So yeah, sharpen with a Tormek system using the jigs. And what I've got here, actually, it's another interesting thing to show, is that, you know, there is always a way. We can always find a way to carry on doing what we love. People ask me, how do I know what bevel angle to do and what jig setting? So I have these little labels here on the handle, and I've got another great device from the RNIB called a Pen Friend. So I'm just turning that on. So the Pen Friend can scan this label, which I have assigned a message to. So that little label, 465A. So that said 465A. So I know that it's a jig position of 4, a protrusion of 65 mil, and the universal support arm is in whole A. That's how far the arm is away from the wheel. So using smart adaptive technology and the jigs, I can sharpen my own tools within a minute, perfectly, accurately, safely, time and time again. So it's another way that I can stay efficient rather than having to get someone else to sharpen them for me. I can do it all in my workshop here. A minute on the Tormek, and I'm back in business. So yeah, I sharpen all my own tools using the Tormek system. And there's a jig for everything: bowl gouges, spindle gouges, scrapers, knives, scissors, axes, plane blades. You know, I can sharpen pretty much anything that might have a bevel on it.
So if you give up the turning, you can go door to door sharpening knives for people.
Oh, it's nice of you to actually to do your knives there, Tony. I like the way that you did that. So what I'm doing now here is just slowly just drop this tool rest a little bit. So I never readjust the tool rest whilst that machine is spinning. I know a lot of sighted turners do, and they're comfortable doing that. It's just not worth it for me. So
no, that's understandable.
I always stop. That's why I've got all my fingers, because I don't take any chances. So
that's one of the problems. As we get more confident with what we're doing, we unless we're very careful, we take shortcuts we shouldn't do. You can't at any point make that adjustment to go get less careful, I suppose is the word. Right. You've got to be safe on every occasion.
Yeah,
and I can understand that.
So, you know, I'm just carefully nibbling away around the corner here. Obviously, you know, if I was in the workshop on my own here, I'd be going a bit quicker. But, you know, some great savings coming off this. I'm just doing a nice, gentle, slow pull cut. So, you know, that's Tormek sharp. You know, and when you get your Tormek, there's a packet of plasters included in the pack. And I think you look at first, and then once you've sharpened your tools, and because it has the leather honing wheel on it, and you can hone your tools as well, you realise that those plasters aren't a gimmick. You will get a razor edge on your tools. So.
Do you where's next? Do you have any goals left to achieve? You seem to have achieved some amazing.
Well, obviously, a huge milestone. There's been so many, Tony. A huge milestone was, you know, being asked to become the first patron of UK Men's Shed Association. You know, and it's an organisation that, you know, I will always have a lot of time for, and it's so important that we inspire and motivate as many people as we can to, you know, take up a new challenge and get out of the house. So, yeah, of course, being patron is a huge milestone. Being the first ever blind person ever to pass the accreditation for the Register of Professional Turners, it was again a huge milestone. And I didn't get, you know, a tailored. I didn't have to do a tailored accreditation because of my disability. I did the same accreditation that a sighted professional woodturner would have to, and you know, so I passed on my own merits. Which was really cool. So yeah, and being, you know, supported by Axminster, Tormek, Nick Agar, and Chromacraft in the USA support me. King Arthur's Tools that make power carving machines, they support me. So I'm getting a lot of, you know, really, really great support of some, you know, true masters in the industry. Phil Irons, who's a master woodturner, you know, Glenn Lucas, Colin Wade, there's a lot of names of people that I aspire to be. My next big goal would be to, you know, when everything's back to normal, I would love to go and demonstrate in America. You know, I've got a lot of dear friends there, and it's the epicenter really of wood turning. So yeah, that's sort of like on the bucket list to go to the USA.
Not at the moment, though.
Not at the moment, Tony, unfortunately. But because of technology and a lot of professional wood turners offering remote demonstrations now, hopefully, you know, I will be doing some demonstrations via Zoom or StreamYard in the future for people in America. So I'll just carry on. So I'll let the lathe come up to speed. You know, the sycamore's so nice to turn. So I'm just taking the time here now. We're having a nice little chat, and obviously, like I've said before, if this is a commission or a piece I needed to get done, I'll be going a bit quicker.
But it's nice to just have a chat.
Nice to just make some shavings.
It's very therapeutic to watch you working.
Yeah, I mean, it's very therapeutic to do. And again, let's get back to the importance of men's sheds. You know, when you're in one of your sheds or workshops, when you're totally focused on a project and you're thinking of what to do next, and you're thinking of solving the problems and working the problems and sharpening your tools, and you know, when you're in the moment, nothing else matters. So, you know, for a couple of hours a day, you're leaving, you know, any dark thoughts at the shed door.
That is what we sincerely hope. We've got members from 30 on upwards. I think our oldest member is 88. And we've got one guy who was told a year ago he had a very short time to live. And touch wood, he's still with us, and he's still powering on. And his wife puts it down to him coming in to see us every couple of days.
To do with that, you know, it's, you know, the mental focus, and it gives him purpose and a reason to up and out of bed.
I think the other thing is we have a couple of guys who've had strokes, and we can help them do the things they can't physically do.
Yeah.
But the amount of drive that they've got. I am going to take away catalogs from one of the guys because he keeps coming in and saying, "I want to make that."
Oh, right.
And then we have to try and work out from the catalog picture how it was made and how we can point him in the right direction. But he's turned out some really interesting bits of garden furniture.
Yeah, and I mean, it's like me, you know, things take me a lot longer to do than a sighted woodturner.
Yeah.
It's, you know, if it takes you, you know, if it takes me 3 weeks to do a bowl, then so be it. I will never give up and I'll get an example of sort of like the direction that my turning is going. So me, being of Viking descent and being into mythology and all that lot, this is a cedar bowl that I did called Merlin.
It's a really nice piece.
And then, it's heavily textured and engraved, so it's tactile and sensory. It's got that medieval element. It's got gilting on it to give it a metallic look. So, this is the area, that I'm progressing into. So, that's a recent piece that I've done. But that took me nearly 3 days, but who cares?
No.
It took me 3 days to get a piece that I'm so proud of.
Yeah. That's the important thing, isn't it? That you, at the end of it, you've got something that you're proud of.
Yeah.
I think the thing that drives me crazy is that I know where I've made the mistakes.
Yeah, but that is such an important lesson as well for everyone that's listening. Don't ever let the mistakes hold you back. That mistake is so important, and a guy that's not made a mistake hasn't made anything. You will learn so much from your mistakes, and it's about dusting yourself off and scratching your chin and scratching your head and having a cup of tea and going, I know how to sort that problem out. So let's carry on.
And it's important that you've got a team around you at a shed where you can say, well, I'm doing this. I'm trying to do that. How do I do it? And getting the guys together to do that.
Yeah.
Does that give you a problem because you work on your own? Do you have other people come in and share your workshop at all?
No. I'm Nicola's there for help and advice if she's at home, but Nicola works from home, so more often than not she's busy working, or I might have a conference call or be on the phone. So it's a case of using the technology, and there's apps now that are available for the blind. So if Nicola was busy or if she was out, I can call someone on my phone, and in real time using the camera and the microphone on my phone, they can assist me. So let's say I needed someone to read a label on a tin or a packet, and there's no one here to help me. I can use this app and they can do it. So no, I function pretty much on my own, but I'm never ever too proud to ask for help when I need it. So no, it's me in here doing my thing, turning, got the radio on and a cup of tea. So yeah, this is my shed, with the member.
My space.
Yeah, this is my shed. This is a membership of 1 at the minute.
Yes.
It's the way it is. It's the way it is. So
I think it brings us back to one of the things you said a little earlier about you want to put things back where you want them to be.
Yeah.
I do turn down help to tidy up my workspace because I'll never find anything ever again.
Yeah.
Sometimes when I tidy it up, I can't find things I thought I'd got.
Yeah, I mean, it can happen, but you can just, take strides to limit any potential times that you've misplaced something. But yeah, generally I can find something within seconds. So that's good. So that's and I do love it when people have come and had a day with me, and I've taught disabled people and able-bodied people, and I love it. And people have said to me, well, in fact, the assessors for the RPT, when they were assessing my accreditation information, one of them just says, well, when he's teaching, how does he know what the student's doing? I know exactly what the student's doing by the sound of the tool, the sound of their voice, how they're breathing. I can tell, by their breathing rate if they're feeling a bit anxious and they're not certain of, that they're feeling safe and confident with the tool or presenting it or riding the bevel. I know exactly what's going on. So
you probably get more clues than than I would. I've got a question on the screen, which is: does Nicola turn wood?
No, she doesn't. She gets asked that a lot, and no, Nicola is so busy she hasn't got time to turn. But Nicola is a brilliant photographer. She's a brilliant writer. a very deep thinker. She's got so many skills and attributes, and obviously she's my manager, and she looks after my brand and my business. She hasn't really got time to turn, even though she likes the end product. It's funny when people say, do you turn, Nicola? And she says, no, why do you think I should turn just because Chris does? You know, it's like, you know, if someone's a fighter pilot, does that mean that the wife's also a fighter pilot? You know, it's like,
Yeah.
You know, so yeah, great question, but no, she doesn't turn.
No. And where's Bamba in all this? Is he around?
No, I don't let him in the workshop whilst I'm turning. Obviously, I know a lot of people have workshop dogs and things like that, but because he is a working dog and he needs to be, you know, healthy all the time. You know, I have just extraction when I'm in here on my own. I have an extractor vacuum and I have the respirators and the power caps with the built-in respirators. He's worth so much money and he's so important to my life. I wouldn't risk him breathing any dust in.
No.
You know, no matter how small an amount. You know, he's worth £57,000. You know,
I think he's probably worth a lot more than that to you.
Priceless to me, Tony. But
Priceless.
You know, he's worth a lot of money, bless him. And you know, his job is guiding me around and about in towns and cities and to the shop and getting me on the bus and things like that. He's not a workshop dog. His attributes lie elsewhere. But yeah, when I've stopped turning and go in the house, yeah, you know, he's always there with a wagging tail and a big lick for me. So he does come in here.
Yes.
He does come here sometimes, but not when I'm working.
No, that's understandable. The noise probably is quite, unless he's used to it and he's been trained to deal with it. I suspect the noise is quite frightening for him.
Yeah, well, no, guide dogs are trained because they're out in heavy traffic with, you know,
Yes.
their owner. So, you know, noise, and we've been to some sort of like steam rallies where there've been, you know, artillery cannons and guns going off. You know, he never flinches. I think for me, it's just a health consideration regarding his breathing and dust.
And you don't need his help there, so.
No, not at all. No, and he probably wants to steal half the wood I'm trying to find anyway. Yeah. So no, I'm perfectly fine and functioning in my own shed. On my own. So
how long have you had Bamba?
Yeah, I qualified in October 2017 with Bamba. Before I had a support worker for 8 years, a chap called Dean, but he had to leave me to get full-time work. So I applied for a guide dog and went through the assessments. And I wasn't breed specific. I was happy to get any dog. And we brought Bamba around to meet me, and we hit it off. So that's it. He was taken off the waiting list. He'd done his training, but obviously I had to train them with him. So we become a cohesive, efficient team. So my training took about a month, and that includes 10-day residential. So you go away for 10 days. It's just you.
So where did you do that?
In Bolton, the Jordan House Hotel in Bolton. So you stay there for 10 days. You know, your guide dog, he sleeps with you in your room. You feed him, groom him, take him out to the toilet. And apart from that, you're out on the streets doing all your exercises and these vocal commands, body position, body language. You know, you're having classes on veterinary care, grooming, you know, everything. It's very intensive. And, you know, you're being continually assessed. And then after your 10-day residential course, you come home and do your local training. So you'll be trained up then on your local bush routes and the routes that you'll walk to the shop and things like that. And then you do your qualification walk, which is like your driving test for a guide dog. And if you pass that, you purchase your guide dog for 50p, which is a tradition. And once you've qualified, you're allowed to keep the harness and go out and work with your guide dog on your own. And then you've got the full support of the guide dogs organisation, and you're insured and all that sort of stuff. So it's very intensive. It's a lot harder than you might think. You're not allowed any guests or visitors when you're training away. So it's just you, your dog, and let's focus. And because I mean, you're putting your life in that animal's hands when you're out and about.
Mm.
So it's a very serious thing. So, yeah, but he's a genius. He is an absolute genius. And
So somebody's asked whether you got to name Bamba or whether
I
he
didn't.
was named.
I didn't know you don't name him. A lot of people think that you name them. No, the dog is always named early on in their lives. Now, there's a place near where we live, not that far away, about 15, 20 minutes away, called Bamba Bridge near Preston.
Been there.
Yeah.
I've queued there.
Yeah. Well, Bamba Bridge, the Sainsbury's store there, they do a lot of fundraising for guide dogs. So they paid for Bamba's training. So the customers and staff said, "What do you want to call this young lad?" And they said Bamba. Now, here's the kicker. Bamba is Old English for wood or tree stump. So he was named Bamba when he was a puppy. His name is Old English for wood or tree stump, and he came to the Blind Woodturner, so it was meant to be.
Yes, fate. One of the questions that's come up on the screen is, does Chris recognise the different woods he has in store and choose which? Do you?
Yeah, I do. I can tell, and I'm getting better all the time. Obviously, it would be great, if you had access to a website that you could see and look at the grain. But no, I do it all by touch and smell. I'm getting better and better as the days and weeks go on, and I can tell. Most of the species that I've encountered now I can remember. And there was an interesting story. I was attending a demonstration at an Axminster store a couple of years ago, and the demonstrator he'd found an old piece of wood which was 18 years old, and he'd brought it and he passed it around the audience and said, "What type of wood is that?" And everyone was saying, "Oh, it's oak, it's this and it's that and it's the other," and they all got it wrong. It came to me, I gave it a good sniff, and I said, "It's ash." And people were saying, "It's not ash. Look at the colour of it." So anyway, the said,
difficult.
The blind guys, the only one that got it right, because they were trusting their eyes. They were saying it's the wrong colour to be ash, and I went, "It smells like ash," and it was ash. So
I'm getting prompted from the sidelines. Our beloved leader, Mr. Bethel, is being quite rude. These two won't stop talking, but I'm enjoying having a chat with Chris, and hopefully the audience are enjoying his answers as well. And Bethel's just said, "Stay on."
Oh,
so he can't make up his mind.
Oh, stay on.
I was going to say, when you pick up a piece of wood, do you see in your own mind what you want to make with it?
Yeah, in part, yeah. It's if it's a commission, definitely, because you're working to customers' parameters. They want it, a certain depth and a certain size and a certain wood. So with the commission, yes, I do. When it's just artistic expression, I've got a slight idea, but that is quite flexible as the work progresses.
You get a feel for the wood and what the wood's telling you.
Exactly, and everyone says that. Oh, listen to the wood, and you do, and the wood's telling you. You'll get no two pieces of sycamore would be the same. No two pieces of oak, and they can put up a fight, and they're like, subconsciously pulling you into a shape and a form.
So one question we've had is, have you had an emergency in the shed, at your shed, and how do you deal with it?
No, I haven't.
Because you're careful.
Because I'm careful. I use my own band saws and router tables and table saws and all. I use it all. No, I haven't, and it's because I will never ever reach in to retrieve a piece of wood whilst that machine is running. Never ever.
Do you have regular maintenance done on your workshop by electricians and?
Everything's tested, and as part of your RPT accreditation, everything is photographed and documented and videoed. Not only do they want to check that your work is of the standard worthy of becoming an RPT and being allowed to use those letters after your name and to be entered onto the database, but they check your workshop is health and safety compliant. You have the correct PPE in place. fire extinguishers, first aid kits, eye wash stations, metal cabinets for flammables with, you know, KOSH labels on, fire exit signs. You know, I was tested exactly the same way as a sighted woodturner. The accreditation, it is rigorous. It is not meant to be intimidating, but, you know, us being human beings, when you've got a master woodturner there with a video camera and a notebook, you are, you know, puckering up a little bit, thinking the exam anxiety, but just believe in yourself. But yeah, he videoed everything and took notes and measuring work and feeling it for the quality of finish, and you know, so he was here pretty much all morning, the assessor.
Does this get you more work, or is it just purely a
I'm on the database, so if people are looking for master woodturners and professional woodturners, you know, I will be there. But anyone looking for a decorative item, you know, will possibly consider me. Obviously, if they're looking for a production turner to do 50 stair spindles for,
go somewhere else?
They'll go to you know, one of the truly wonderful production turners. But you know, it's great. It's validation of, you know, my skill level. And if I just reach back here as well, although I've got the patches, can you see that, Tony, there?
Yep.
This is a scanned version. The original's in Nicola's office, nice and clean in a folder. That if anyone comes here for a class, they can see that's my diploma to prove I've passed the accreditation. So it's all under the umbrella of the Worshipful Company of Turners, which has been in existence since the 12th century. So the Register of Professional Turners and the Worshipful Company of Turners are in the what's called Skinner's Hall in London, which is a guild hall. That's there where they're based. But
that's what they do there. I've walked past it a few times. I worked in the central London for too many years.
Yeah, so yeah, I'm the first blind person to ever get that diploma. So
are there other? Do you know if there are any other blind turners around now?
There are blind turners around. I'm the only totally blind, full-time professional accredited woodturner in the country. There are people that have, you know, were woodturners earlier on in their life, and their sight is going, you know, through glaucoma or macular degeneration, whatever. So there are other woodturners around that are, you know, low vision or visually impaired. We're pretty thin on the ground. We do exist, but I'm the only one doing what I do to such a level in the country, and I want that to be motivation and inspiration. That's why we do all the social media. That's why we're always on Instagram and YouTube and Twitter and touring the Axminster stores. It is to inspire and motivate. That has always been the bottom line.
Yeah.
I can do it. What is your problem? You know, you haven't got an excuse. Everybody is a genius. You need to just tap into that. There's a famous theoretical physicist called Michio Kaku from New York, and he says, and I subscribe to the theory, everybody is a genius. Some people lose their way and get directed down a different path, but we all have this ability in us to realize a true, meaningful passion and embrace it, and it can shape our lives. And in my case, I like to say sometimes darkness can show you the light. But for every person listening to this now, you know, that is interested in joining a shed and hasn't yet, please, I urge you, go along and get involved. Your life will improve exponentially, you know, more than words could ever describe. You know, if you get out there and, you know, start making things and meeting new people, your life, you know, will only improve. And, you know, it's just such great therapy. You know, I said it before, but it truly is.
Okay, thank you very much indeed, Chris. I think you are an inspiration and will continue to be. And what I was hoping to do as we finish is, I believe that Marcel has got some photographs of your work.
Okay.
So if he can show those, we can Go on. This the one that's being shown at the moment has got a light blue rim with dots around it, which is really nice. And one of your carved edges. The how do you space that out? It's beautifully.
The indexing system on the lathe comes in handy,
Yeah.
sort of stuff. But it's like when Nick Hagar was giving me that day's tuition, he said, you know, there are a lot of engineers that take up wood turning and they're wanting everything to be precise. And he's saying, no, when you're power carving and you're doing art, you know, leave the engineer outside. So me being blind, I start with the greatest of intentions, but then it becomes so organic and it does go a bit astray. But he said, that's brilliant. You know, he says, that's all you. So, yeah, that's a huge part of the process for me, going off east.
Unfortunately, according to the bit at the side here, Charlie's going to join us shortly.
Oh, what's it?
Yeah, bit of a problem that.
You're not worried.
No, don't do that. He's bad enough already.
Oh, I love Charlie.
There's a minority interest.
Oh, I'm on. Oh, sorry. That was genuine laughter. That was.
Oh, good. I'm just fascinated by the pictures that are coming up on the screen at the moment of the work that you've done, which is absolutely amazing. We did get a note from somebody in Western Australia, Chris, to say they were fascinated. So we've got, I don't know how many people. Do we know how many people are watching?
Now that
It's gone very quiet. But there we go. But I'm going to drop out now, I hope, and say thank you, Chris. It's been truly inspirational, and it's been a real pleasure and a privilege to meet you.
No,
thank you.
Thank you very much for being a great host, Tony, and sharing this presentation with me and asking such great questions. And obviously, everyone that's listening and watching, you know, thanks for all your support. And we are all amazing. And with the help of UK Men's Sheds Association, we continue to be so. And we can chase those dreams at any age and at any point in our lives. And with any disability, we can chase those dreams and make them a reality. And that's why Men's Sheds is so important, because it gives us a place to go and get on with it.
And to help other people as well.
Yeah.
So important. Thank you very much indeed.
Cheers.
Thank you. Thank you, Tony. And thank you, Chris, as well. Two amazing ambassadors for us. Where's Chris gone? Oh, he's gone. Absolutely amazing. I mean, he's incredibly inspiring, turning people's lives around. Oh, he's back.
He's back.
Oh.
It's a good job you weren't doing something you shouldn't have been there.
But yeah, I could have done a blind joke on you then.
Yeah, well, we'll have none of that. Last time you did that, I actually tried to turn you around.
I know. Yeah. But yeah, we love a blind joke. So no, it's been an absolute wonderful morning for me, and I've really enjoyed it. Yeah, I'm honoured to be patron of such a worthy charity.
No, UKMSA is absolutely honoured and proud that you said yes, and that your wife said yes as well, because it was her that I spoke to first, and Bamba.
Yeah, I remember at Harrogate. Yeah.
Yeah, Bamba suggested I didn't ask you, but
oh, right. Yeah, probably along the way. Don't ask that Mancunian slacker to do anything.
No, I, just on behalf of everybody, lots and lots of messages coming up, both on the screen and on Facebook and YouTube, just saying how inspirational you are and fantastic. So I think you'll get a lot more followers after this, and look forward to next time you're at one of our events when we're there physically, and you can meet more people and
well, that's it.
Like be astounded.
We can do our thing, Charlie, and get more people switched on to the Men's Sheds Association. And yeah, it's great me doing what I do, but I'm here as your patron today, and it's about getting bums on your seats, so yeah, like I say, if you're listening and watching to this and you are now intrigued, get in touch with your local shed, find out what it's all about, and get involved. And you'll never, ever, pun intended, look back.
And if you want to start a shed, there are a group of ambassadors around like me who are mad enough to want to start sheds wherever we are, and give you a hand to get started and to get involved. It's great fun, and you get a lot out of it.
Yeah,
there we go.
There's a great network there to help everyone.
And one of my members has just joined us and said it's really fascinating. So, and Graham is actually one of our members who does the turning in the shed.
Oh,
so I've got to get him to show me how to do it now.
There you go.
Having watched you, I'll have a go.
Yeah, there you go, Tony. If I can do it, you've got no problem.
You've not seen Tony's work.
On a good day, he's nice to me. Those are the days I worry.
I started off being nice. So
when you came for interview, I should have had words. When they interviewed the new CEO, they brought them into our shed, and we had 6 of these these wonderful people come for interview and wander around our shed and have a look around, and they still wanted to do the job.
Yeah, but 5 of them said no after that, so it was
succeeded.
No, so thank you very much, Chris. Next up, we're going to have a break, and then at 1:30 we're going to be joined by David Helmers, Rob Vicentena, Barry Sheridan, and John Rushforth, coming from Australia, Wales, Ireland, and John's one of our trustees, but he's in the Nairn Shed in Scotland, and that's to give you a view of what's going on in the different home nations and around the world of sheds in terms of lockdown. And I know Tony's itching, because every time I phone Tony during lockdown, he's watching the CCTV of his shed, or putting up more cameras. So I know he's itching to get back into his shed, as is everybody else. So we're going to have a conversation around that, and send in your questions. We're there to pass on the experiences that we've heard from other shedders, of which we've heard a lot. And there's a great group of people there that I'll be having the conversation with. Present company accepted on that. So
excluded in my case.
Excluded, yes. Thanks again, Chris, and I look forward to seeing you all in an hour and 10 minutes.
Okay. Thanks a lot.
Over to you, Leo.
Thank you. Bye.
Cheers.
Well, that was a great opening to ShedFest 2020. Looking forward to, I think, just to let everybody know, if you go onto our website, there is a room that you can go to at 4 o'clock if you really are desperate for more and you just want to chat and relax and chat to other shedders who are about. There, if you go to our website, you'll find a Zoom room. Just scroll down to the very bottom of the page, and you'll find a link to a room where you can chat with other shedders, just in an informal, relaxed sort of way. As Charlie said, we're really excited. After the break, we're going to have Unlocking the Sheds. This is going to be a really exciting panel. Rob Vicentane is going to be there. Barry Sheridan is going to be there. David Helmers is going to be there. John Rushforth is going to be there. So you've got Wales in the house. You've got Scotland in the house. You've got Ireland in the house as well. So, and Charlie's going to be there as well. So everybody, cheers. We'll see you back at 1:30, where we'll be looking at unlocking sheds. Charlie, anything to say?
No. See you all after the break. I've always wanted to say that. Cheers.
Laters.
Hi there, Leo. What an inspiring morning, eh?
Oh.
Alrighty. Hi, folks. Hi, Dan. Myself and Leo just kicking around in the background over lunch. What we'd like to bring for you is some videos from one of the UK Men's Shed Association supporter companies. There are three main sponsors: Triton Tools, Ron Seal, and Axminster Tools or Machinery, can't remember. But we've got some videos from Axminster and from a couple of other companies to share with you about tool maintenance and things like that. So if it's okay with you, we'll start running a few videos and just keep the party rolling, so to speak, you know, so we're not just left in deathly silence. So here up first, here's a video from Axminster on correctly setting up your riving knife. Now, I don't mean to swear at you by using the words riving knife. Some people do just have a problem with it. But this is how to sharpen your riving knife. If you've never heard of a riving knife before, this is a technique for sharpening your... I'm kidding. I'll leave you to the video. Here you go.
Good afternoon, my name is Keith Thompson. This is another of the How To It videos, and today we're covering the riving knife and setting on circular saws. Now, I'll just show you on this panel saw, and the reason I've used this machine is because the table stops here so that the whole blades are accessible, including the riving knife. The riving knife is almost the most important component on a table saw because it's instrumental in preventing, as much as possible, kickbacks from ripping timber. Because when you rip a piece of timber, you're cutting down the grain, you're actually allowing the timber to relieve any inherent stresses that are inside the timber itself. And if you don't have a riving knife, those stresses can close the cut gap or the kerf behind the blade and allow the back of the blade to come in contact with the wood after the cut has been made. That can cause the wood to be thrown up and towards you as the operator, and 9 times out of 10 you're going to be standing in the way, and so the impact with you is going to be in the chest and stomach area, which can be incredibly painful. So riving knives have been a standard fitment on table saws in the UK for decades. It's only really in the last decade or so that it's been common in America. Now, you'll see loads of videos on YouTube about people doing processes in America, and they're not using any kind of riving knife or a splitter, which is a slightly different device. But in the main, they're using sledges that guide the work and hold the work. So the risk is minimized in a different way, but it is now law on new machines in the States. So they're copying the good old Europeans and the Brits from years and years ago. There's a little document which you can download for free on the Health and Safety Executive's website, details on the text, and it's a very simple little document that covers many aspects of using a table saw. Well worth just reading it or downloading and printing a copy of it for your own reference. So now I'm going to take the blade off and the riving knife itself and show you how the riving knife on this saw is mounted and how you can adjust it. So the riving knife design is very simple. It should have a curve on the edge which will follow the maximum diameter of the blade you can fit to the saw. Well, this saw takes a 250 or 254 millimeter blade, so the curve matches that. The thickness of the riving knife should be slightly thicker than the plate of the blade, but thinner than the kerf or the cut width of the blade. So in this case, we have a 3.2 millimeter kerf width, a 2.2 mil plate, and the riving knife is 2.3 millimeters. So that always ensures that the work never gets squeezed onto the plate of the blade. So on this saw, because it's a professional made machine, the riving knife can be adjusted for tilt and to make sure it's parallel with the blade itself. So you can adjust the plane of the riving knife in 2 or 3 different directions, because in each of these little holes there is a corresponding little grub screw. It should be factory set, but it's easy to check yourself with a straight edge to make sure that the riving knife is parallel to the blade and not able to, not twisted to one side or tilted at the wrong axes in line with the blade itself. And the riving knife, as you can see, mounts on these 2 studs, which are pressed into the aluminium block, so it holds the riving knife at a good, in a firm way, but also allows you to adjust it for height for the blade that you're using. This is a proper professional design, and not all saws have this kind of design. Obviously, this is quite an expensive panel saw. Most saws, with the exception of the sort of types of things that you're going to buy from the big shed market, the DIY stores, will have some method of being able to adjust the riving knife. Hopefully, most of them will be set at the factory when you buy it, so you won't need to worry about it. But as a professional user, it is something that you need to check every now and again to make sure it's not somehow become out of adjustment. So all I need to do is to mount this block back onto its stud. On this particular saw, there is a little pin just in here to prevent you moving the riving knife too close to the blade, which is a really good idea. So I just need then to try and not drop the bolt and fit the washer, securing that back onto the block, just finger tight. And now I'll refit the blade. So making sure that the blade fits snugly onto its flange and fit the clamp disc. So the thread on those circular saws on the arbor is actually left-handed, and you always undo the nut in the direction the blade is rotating, and obviously tighten the nut against that direction, so against the teeth, so that it stops the blade from being worked loose by the cutting of the blade itself. So this block, although it's now loose and can be adjusted, can't go too close to the blade because you have that little pin inside. It's always a little bit of a fiddle, to be fair. Just slide the riving knife back over the 2 studs, and then I shall just do the nut up a little bit. This is a right-handed threaded nut, luckily. It has a locking nut on it. So, setting of the riving knife to the blade, there should be somewhere around 6 to 8 millimeters of clearance between the curved edge of the riving knife and the blade. This particular riving knife also carries the crown guard, which is why this mounting hole is on here. If you have a saw with an overhead crown guard, which is more common with the bigger saws, certainly above about a 12-inch blade, 305mm, then the riving knife will be more of a shape like that and can sit below the top level of the blade. But with a riving knife that also carries the crown guard, that then must be above the blade, otherwise you won't get the full depth of cut on the blade. Just to emphasize this, if I slacken this one off, you can see I can move the whole riving knife backwards and forwards. Slight fiddle. So I've got a bit too much gap there really, so just easing it in. It's not critical, but something around 6 to 8 millimeter or 1/4 of an inch and slightly above is about perfect. And then do that one up nice and tight. Now I can just get a little straight edge. One of these rules would be really good, and then I can just use that to sight along between 2 sets of teeth on the blade and make sure that the knife is indeed parallel to the blade. Do that both sides. Just put the blade on the edge of a tooth each side, and I've got a corresponding gap that side as well. So all is well. It seems to be adjusted correctly, so it's safe to use, and that really is all you really need to know about setting a riving knife to the main saw blade.
Alrighty. Interesting stuff. Was that stuff you already knew about? Was that Oh, it's playing off in my ears in the background. Let me just kill that off. There we go. Thanks to Axminster for sending us those. We've got a whole load of other workshop maintenance videos, but we've also got, if I can just spin through, we've got Ron Seal, who've sent us some videos. They did some work with the UK Men's Shed Association a little while ago, and they put together a whole series of videos on shedding and what Men's Shed does and what it means to them. So let's start off with this one. This is Jeff Allison from the Dalbeattie Men's Shed.
I'm Jeff Allison. I'm the secretary of Dalbeattie Men's Shed. Our shed's a very practical shed. It meets 2 mornings a week. We have about 5 workshops, about 25 regular attenders, and very much connected to the community. We set it up as a place for people to go and play with toys, play with tools, but it's obvious there's a big social impact with people, and you can see it in some more than others. But for people who have been socially isolated, it really is a place to get together and rejuvenate themselves. But the Australians thought this was particularly a man problem, in that they often find themselves lonely and socially isolated. So men can become very insular. And yeah, we found that. We have found guys who you can be lonely in a city, you can be isolated wherever. The thing that really warms the heart is to see guys who have turned themselves around. I think it's brave of them to walk through the door of a shed to begin with, but to see some of those guys flourish, to go on, dare I say some of even have left us because they've pretty much healed themselves and gone on and found jobs and done something else. Great feeling. Well, because we have 5 workshops, guys tend to be working in their own workshop and don't always meet all the others, so we've got to ring a bell at 11 o'clock and make everyone sit down and have a cuppa, otherwise we wouldn't all get together. And because we self-run, we need this bit of time together to work out where we're going, what we're going to do next and whatever. And flat organisation, we need everyone to have the say.
Very inspiring stuff. Email just in from the health and safety executive. Just because you've watched Chris Fisher, RPT, over the last hour or so, turning on a lathe, blind, next time you're on a lathe, don't close your eyes. Just don't. That's what they're saying. Don't try it. He has spent huge amounts of time. I think he said 600 hours on YouTube, just gleaning information. But I'd hate to think that somebody's just offering up a tool to the lathe and thinks, "Oh, I wonder what it's like for Chris," and shut your eyes, and you could ruin yourself. Well, at least for the afternoon. Alrighty, another video now for you from Axminster, related to Chris Fisher, the Blind Woodturner. It's about how to chuck things up. So handling the chisels is one thing, but at some point you're going to have to lock a piece of wood in, and you need to know how to do that. So here you go. This is from Axminster, how to use the chuck on a lathe.
Hi, I'm Jason Breach from the Axminster Skills Centre. We're going to look at some of the chuck stuff today, really relating to the jaws, but we need to do a little intro bit to give you an idea of how to use them, how to set it up, what the jaws do. So first of all, we need to look at the chucks. Okay, so we have 3 chucks here that we manufacture totally in Axminster and Devon in England. So the SK80, slightly smaller, 80mm in diameter. SK100 is 100mm diameter. Then we go up to the 114. These are all stainless steel bodies. Everything is made here. There's a range of jaws that fit these chucks. So I've got one of the smaller jaws that fits the 80mm. We can put it on the 100 because the carrier size is exactly the same. We can also go to the 114. So That'll fit on there. We can do that. Now, why would we want to use the smaller jaws off the 80mm chuck? It can give us a wider diversity of sizes that we can use. So that size might not be available on something we make for this, but you could still put them on here. The only thing you might want to do is change the carriers. So the carriers that come in the SK114, slightly bigger, slightly longer for more stability. So by having the shorter carrier, it will allow it to go nearer to the centre, give us that smaller diameter. The carriers are all numbered. So on here we go 1 to 4. They go an anti-clockwise sequence in the chuck. So if you wind the carriers right out, you put number 1 in, load round 1 to 4. Okay, so they're totally interchangeable depending on the chuck. The only reason I would have those, just really for those shorter jaws so they bolt on. That gets rid of the length on the front here. What we're going to try and look at now is give you an idea of what the range of jaws will do. There's different sections that we're going to go over. So we're just going to lose the chucks. How are all the jaws made? We start off with a single billet. All the jaws now are being made, they're going to be in stainless steel. So one solid block goes onto a CNC lathe. They turn it. They do everything on here. So all the hole drilling, the groove in the bottom. Everything is also numbered, ready to go 1 to 4. So they will load onto the mounting jaws in the correct location. So one piece of steel. From there, they're quartered. So this gets cut into 4. When they cut it, they also take out a section. So we're losing about 1/4 of an inch between where we have our true circle. So we're actually cutting that amount out. That gives us more movement on the chuck jaws. So it allows us to grip a bit more. We've got more movement on the chucks than just what we would have with the true circle. So let's set some of the jaws up and give you an idea how to use them. I'm going to use our chucks. So this is the SK100. So we've got our jaws on here. We've got number 1 on. Number 2, we're just going to locate in a minute. 3 and 4. We're going to use the C jaws. This is one of our most common jaws. It has a dovetail outer and what I would class as a spigot lip on the inside to allow it to bite into the work. So we're just going to set this up, put it on the board here, do the screws up. Now in here with the mounting jaws, if we wind the chuck key, the jaws will come down. If we close the jaws right down, you get like this squash ball effect in the middle. It doesn't look round, so we come away from that true circle diameter. Likewise, we can expand the jaws out. So I turn the chuck key and the mounting jaws start to come out of the body. But we've come a long way away from where we were a second ago. A lot more movement out here. So there's quite a lot of movement on the chuck. One area of an issue, just trying to set this up. Where do we need to be? The chuck jaws are machined, as we said, as a true circle, one piece of metal. So if you deviate away from those sizes, what happens? I'm going to try and show you with these 3 little bits of timber. I'll turn these down, different sizes. What should be a true circle? The middle one. Smaller one going away, bigger one coming up. And this is any chuck. The chuck jaws can't bend just because you've decided you're going to make something bigger or smaller. So with our jaws, we're going to go smaller and come down. Just want to get near to the size because it's going to help me with the next stage. Just take a marker pen. We're going to come all the way around those jaws. So this is a whiteboard pen, which I'm hoping will stay wetter whilst we do this. So put this in. We're going to pinch it up. Now this is coming right down on those jaws, how much grip we're getting. We still have a small gap in between the jaws. I'm going to take this back out now. So this was smaller. The only place we're gripping, those 4 little points, that's all the pressure point we're applying. Let's just wipe our pen off. We're going to come out a bit more. Going to come up to where the true circle is, the true diameter of where they were machined. Going to do it exactly the same. And again, this isn't just an Axminster chuck, this is anybody's chuck. So this is getting really you to think about how near you are to the sizes that they're machined at. So I'll carefully put a line around there. We can do exactly the same. Our block in with the key, tying it up. Gonna give it a bit of a pinch. Now we should get a much longer line on this time. We can see our compression point much longer. They come round. Okay, so much bigger. If we come out again, exactly the same thing. So we do our pen. Put our bit of wood in, turn it up. Now, I don't know if you can see on here, it's a good example one to show you, but the only points we will actually catch on here will be the little corners. So there'll be a tiny little gap in between here. Again, we'll take this back out. Let's have a look. Where we're gripping. Just the little corner points. So to get maximum grip with this, the nearer you are to that true circle, where this was machined, the better. As much as those jaws have quite a lot of movement, different size, they will still grip. Maximum aim point's the middle one, where it's a true circle. We also get people say, can you hold square objects? We can, but if you think about what you're actually gripping on here, it's a very small area. Something very short, not a problem. The minute you grow out the chuck wheel piece of wood, you haven't got a lot of surface contact. So think about where you're actually holding the workpiece. So we've got our chuck jaws, we've got our circle, we're quite near our true circle, where the mounting jaws are flush with the chuck body. Again, if we bring this down, if you put this on the lathe and you spin it, it will actually look like they're not running through, because you actually come away from the true circle, almost looks like you get a bounce. You will have, because this has got that squash ball effect. So the only place they will look 100% true is where you come out and get this flush. That's your good starting point as a measurement. Hence the fact there's quite a range of accessories for the chucks, because it allows you to get to those different sizes you might want. So we're going to turn a bowl. How are you going to hold it? We can either go with a dovetail loop and expand into the base, or we can grip the spigot. This bowl blank we prepped and prepared to do both in reality, to give you an idea of what you're looking at size-wise. As a suggestion, people would say that the base needs to be 1/3 of the width of the blank. So our overall width, this needs to be at least 1/3. We're not far off with our foot. The foot we've done at the moment will allow the chuck to come out, and we can actually grip inside there. So we'll bring the chuck out just a little bit, get my size. We can grip it in. I can close that down. That would hold it. That will grip it quite nicely. Where we are with that as a grip, yes, it will mark the surface. It will bite in just a tiny bit on the lip here. But the nearer to the circle we are as a true circle, the less damage we will do. We turn the blank over. We've got a dovetail. So different set of jaws. We can close these down, expand them in. That will hold. So what's going to be stronger? On here we've got short grain fibres. Quite a small foot, quite a small holding area. The leverage of cutting the bowl, is this going to be enough to support us while we do it? If we take light cuts, not too aggressive, yes, we might get away with it. If we expand the chuck too heavily, there is the risk we can crack the foot. So we need to make sure that foot is strong enough to support this while you're doing this. Likewise, if we turn it back over, much bigger area here to support it while you're cutting, much stronger on that. So as much as either of those will give us a foot of a very similar size, using the solid spigot might be a bit stronger in this case. Come down a lot smaller, it's a lot weaker to hold for you. So we've got the dovetail jaws that are going to cut a recess. They will even grip the straight spigot we have here. So we cut our dovetail, we try to make it as near to the diameter of the true size that the jaws will run at. Got our dovetail on here, we've got our bowl, we've got our key, have a dovetail out to shape. So as we expand into that recess, so the bowl comes up, goes in, lock it in, we turn the key nice and gently, fingertip, tighten it up. That's going to hold it nice and securely. It's a good size. Take it back. We can have our shape so it blends in. Nice wide foot. That's quite important. On the smaller bowl, we've got straight spigot. We can grip that. Pinch that in. So even with something like that set of C-jaws, you've got the diversity of allowing it to grip different sizes quite easily. That dovetail, really important, we're going to look at and show you how important that is to cut that size. So we can put this in, gently up, expand it out. So we're winding out into that base. That'll grip that nicely. Allow us to turn our bowl. Straight spigot. It's on the inside. Pin that up. So we turn it, clamp down onto that, grip our bowl again. So our maple bowl we have quite small, quite delicate, come down to a small foot, quite nice shape, nice wide rim. But where was it held? Now, there is this theory of taking the foot off of everything. If we go down to a foot this size, incredibly small, the leverage of when we're cutting can push it out. So this was actually gripped on this tiny little spigot on here. So we got our bowl, we got that tiny spigot. So that was actually put and held just on that tiny lip. So we need to come out of our jaws a little bit, find that lip again. That was enough to hold that, turn our bowl. So it doesn't always have to be a really small set of jaws. So our bowl taken off. Well, the joys with this is obviously the clearance point we need from here, the depth we have. So the A+ jaws have a bit more depth here, slightly bigger size. They're 100mm external, so you can expand out, but you can also grip in. So that extra depth allows that extra depth on the bottom of the bowl just to get into there. So we've mounted a bowl on the C jaws. So we've held this, but to give you an idea how this grips in expansion mode, what's happening, we've actually done a little thing for you. So we're going to take the 1/2 off. Just going to expand the jaws back out so it grips it. So obviously where we cut the bowl in half, you can see the foot, you can see the dovetail shape down the side here. You get the dovetail shape of the side of the jaw coming down through across. Now it's paramount when we actually cut our recess that you actually match that shape. That profile is really important, that the dovetails come together nicely and everything is meeting correctly. If you cut a straight shoulder on the inside of the bowl, but you have a dovetail on the chuck jaws, that's not going to work. It's not going to grip. So really important that this dovetail is expanded in, doing that appropriate job for you. So your aspect is making sure that you've got a dovetail that matches that shape. Be it with a skew chisel, dovetail scraper, whatever you cut them with, doesn't matter. But you need to make sure that that angle matches and you're aiming for your true circle. That'll give you maximum grip, less marking. So within the range of chuck jaws, there is a vast range of different dovetail jaws. So we have a dovetail edge on the outside, flat across the top, dovetail on the inner. This shows the profile shape, quarter quadrant. This is giving you an idea of where the dovetail is, inner and outer. There's a variety, like I said, of different sizes, which allows you to accommodate most sizes that you might want to turn. No jaws are ever going to do everything, because you're trying to aim for that true circle as much as you can to get maximum grip. So in that range of dovetail jaws, we've got mega jaws, very large. There's our half circle. We've got our little Fs and Ds, which are much smaller. So give you an idea of diameter sizes, how much different these can be to suit that variety of work. So we've got lovely large dovetail out on here, great for big bowl work. Much smaller size, smaller operations. So you still can use that, expand out into the bottom of the bowl. We can still grip down on the internal face as well. So either way will work. Quite a variety in sizes. So each of the bowls here has been held on a set of dovetail jaws. So the small bowl first side, bit of sycamore, been held internally, straight lip, gripped inside the small C jaws here. Next bowl along, we've just shown you, held on this lip on the A+ jaws. So much bigger size allows us greater stability while turning it on that little lip. Sycamore bowl here, we've got nice dovetail recess, wide foot. We've got our dovetail shape, expand into. It's there, it's visible, part of the bowl. Last bowl over on the side here, a bit of ash. This tiny little recess lip inside, that's what it was held on. We've also cleaned a little bit off after we finished, so reverse turned it just to add a bit more decoration to that. But that was held on those, held inside. So got that scope of vast range of different sizes just to hold those bowls. Okay, so I hope you've enjoyed watching those videos. So that covers the range of chuck jaws that we do. There's more to come along those lines of different things you can do with. The jaws we've looked at will fit any of the chucks that we've made over the last 40 years. So everything is interchangeable between the chucks. Hope you've enjoyed it. Thanks for watching.
Caught me mid-sandwich. I hope that's of use to you. I've learned a whole pile of stuff from that. Although I'm not a turner yet, it's something without doubt that I want to do. But it is one of those things that is pretty terrifying. to be honest. We're getting a couple of messages on the interwebs. Dave Saunders. Hi, Dave. Watching from Perth in Western Australia. And Tony Ho, watching on Sunshine Coast in Queensland. So the Australians, am I allowed to say you're awake? No, it's end of the day for you, isn't it? So you're finishing work, kind of just chilling out. And we've got David Helmers joining us in the background, ready for our 1:30 session entitled Unlocking the Shed. I thought when I first heard about that as a subject title, it was about, mortise locks and digital locks. We've got a digital lock on the Guernsey shed with swipe card access. I thought that's what it was all about, but I think it might be more to do with the unspoken COVID, all that business. So I think it might have something to do with that. I think I shall play you another video from Ron Seal. And this one is about loneliness. So if you're watching and you know someone who is lonely, someone who needs this kind of shed lot in their life, then this is the sort of video that's going to drive that home. Get him on the blower while we've got lunch going on. Before this afternoon's session starts, can I make a suggestion? You give them a phone call and say, hey, watch this. And send them the links to the website. Let me see if I can get the website up. That would help, wouldn't it? So send them to this website, menssheds.org.uk. So that's all plurals, menssheds.org.uk/ShedFest-2020. But even forget the ShedFest 2020. Just go to the Men's Shed Org UK website, and you'll see a link there to the ShedFest page. And from there, you can get links to watch this both directly on the page, but also links to YouTube and Facebook. And you can tell someone that you know that this, hey guys, this is worth watching. Family, friends, people in your circle. That would be rather splendid if you can send that on their way. So let's watch a video now about, let's hide all that stuff. Let's watch this about loneliness. I think this just drums it home as to really what sheds can achieve.
There's a story we often tell in men's sheds, which is if you put 12 men of a certain age in a room and suggest that they get to know each other by finding out what their aspirations, their skills and their life position is, 6 will leave the room immediately and the other 6 will sit around the walls. But if you throw a broken lawnmower into the room and say, fix that, you'll find that in 2 hours, they all know everyone else. They know their skills, they know their backgrounds, and in some cases, they know their illnesses and shortcomings, and you may end up with a fixed lawnmower as well.
Loneliness is how you feel about being alone. There are people who are quite happy being alone, and some people actually go and seek it. No, blokes are never going to admit to being lonely, or virtually nobody anyway. The thing about a shed is it makes a damn good offer, I mean, if you say to somebody, you can come you come to my workshop, you can use my tools, you can use the resources that we've gathered together, and it's not going to cost you anything.
That's really embarrassing. I just killed the video by changing something in the back end. Should we start that again? I'm terribly sorry. Not supposed to click that.
There's a story we often tell in men's sheds, which is if you put 12 men of a certain age in a room and suggest that they get to know each other by finding out what their aspirations, their skills and their life position is, 6 will leave the room immediately and the other 6 will sit around the walls. But if you throw a broken lawnmower into the room and say, fix that, you'll find that in 2 hours, they all know everyone else. They know their skills, they know their backgrounds, and in some cases, they know their illnesses and shortcomings, and you may end up with a fixed lawnmower as well.
Loneliness is how you feel about being alone. There are people who are quite happy being alone, and some people actually go and seek it. No, blokes are never going to admit to being lonely, or virtually nobody anyway. The thing about a shed is it makes a damn good offer, I mean, if you say to somebody, You can come to my workshop, you can use my tools, you can use the resources that we've gathered together, and it's not going to cost you anything. I see the reduction in loneliness as a consequence of what the offer is.
Our shed's a very practical shed. It meets 2 mornings a week. We have about 5 workshops, about 25 regular attenders, and very much connected to the community. We set it up as a place for people to go and play with toys, play with tools, but it's obvious there's a big social impact with people, and you can see it in some more than others, but for people who have been socially isolated, it really is a place to get together and rejuvenate themselves.
Every one of them could be me. I work on my own, I'm on my own a lot. I understand what it's like to be isolated. I understand what it's like to be on your own and feeling a bit sad. And the big thing for me is seeing people like myself not go down that road and actually be able to realise a bit of their potential perhaps. The biggest thing for me was realising there are no safe spaces for men that don't involve alcohol. It's really difficult to find a space where you can just be without drinking. And that's sadly lacking, I think, in our modern day.
Fantastic. Really powerful stuff. And my sincere apologies for ballsing that up. So we've got different segments of overlays and videos on the side of the control panel here. And it turns out, as I've now learnt, that if you switch a segment while a video in one segment is playing, that's it, you're out. And there's me mid-sandwich. So sorry about that. But it's very real. And as Dan says, that's why we love Marcel. Yeah, thank you very much. Tony Smith-Grallen, the Silvers Workshop, says, I love the seamless production. Hint of sarcasm there. And Andy Ryland says, lol, Marcel, you made me smile, cheered me up. Well, yeah, your resident court jester is here for nothing else. Fantastic. I hope that's inspiring to you. And Christopher Bodmouse, what a great surname, Bodmouse. Lol, is that your real name, Bodmouse? Or is that something to do with the children's TV program? Because I'm cluing in by your picture there. Yes, lol, absolutely, yes. Okay, and Mick says, hi, Tony, don't forget to watch the recording of the Blind Woodturner. I'd love to go on an actual demo of his. I'll keep an eye on his events. That's a comment coming in from YouTube on Mick. I assume that's relating to another sort of discussion. But yeah, go and check out the Blind Woodturner's YouTube channel. I think he's on Facebook and Instagram and whatever. I heard in the news recently that YouTube, Twitter, and Facebook are going to be merging as one big, massive social media platform. I think they're going to call it UTwitface. Just stick that out there. Alrighty, let's watch another video from Axminster. This one, sticking with the wood turning theme of today, is turning a table lamp for your home. I hope this whets your appetite a little bit more, gets you excited about getting back into the shed, getting on the lathe. Here you go. Oops. How many times have I got to press that button? Wow, how stunningly therapeutic to watch, am I right? Let me just stop this playing away in the background. Excellent. Well, I hope you enjoyed that. I could just sit and watch that all day, which is pretty much what we're doing all day, isn't it? Which is great. Now, things are playing away for me in the background, so I'll try and stop that. Well, I hope your lunch is going down well. I managed to finish my sandwich. And I'm on to the next brew. I don't know what your favourite tipple is, but I'm trying to cut down my caffeine. So if, like me, you're cutting down your caffeine, can I recommend Swilk? Not many people know what it is. Other people have different names for it. It's like a white coffee without the coffee. So it's just water and milk. And you can vary the amount of milk to your taste. But once I've had one coffee in the morning, that's plenty enough caffeine to get me going. But if I keep drinking coffee, it's going to get, it's going to get hairy in the afternoon. So let's have another video from Ron Seal's work with the UK Men's Shed Association. This one is by Mike.
Okay, my name's Mike Jen. I'm the founder of the Camden Town Shed. It's been going about 8 years now. Our shed is free to enter. We have been doing that right from the beginning because of knowing that some people would find it a barrier to come across the threshold as well if they had to pay anything. We don't need any of that kind of money because we're a volunteer run, so, you know, but you see what I mean, it's actually worth a lot to you, and you're getting all the skills and experience of the people around you, you know. So just think about that and then say, how much is that worth to me? What's it doing for me? What am I getting from it, you know? We always used to, you know, the image is that you used to have a shed at the bottom of the garden. Well, not many people have got any gardens nowadays, you know, and even if you have, it's probably controlled by some local authority or something of that kind. So if you're living in a flat, you're not going to have a shed, and if you try doing any of this stuff inside your own place, it just makes a big mess. So having a community workshop is a serious advantage to a lot of people who want to either make or mend in any format. I've been hugely involved in this. I became chair of the National Association until I retired, and from that, sort of stood back from that. And when so it was all go, you know. And we got up to about 330 sheds by the time I decided that I'd actually done what I started out to do, was just to start a national movement. And I stood back for a while. It took about a year or a half off, and then they made me vice president, so I'm back in there again.
Fabulous. Nice to see Mike Jen there. Mike Jen is going to be joining us for the ShedFest. Let me just have a look at my spreadsheet of doom, which tells us everything that's going on. When is Mike Jen on? He's on tomorrow, talking about shed leadership, appropriately enough, right? So there's a session tomorrow at 11 o'clock or 10:50. The way Mike Jen is going to be part of that group. So sort of a panel discussion. So looking forward to that. Now, departing from wood turning, but sticking with the Axminster content, can I share with you a video about the restoration of a scraper plane? More lovely therapy. And David Young just chipping into the background. Great selection of videos during lunch break. Well done, all concerned. Thank you very much, Dave. Yeah, they are. It's amazing content, and we're very, very glad to have it. And I hope you enjoy this. Nice stuff. Nice stuff. And joining me in the stream, Charlie, how are you doing?
Yeah, good. Thanks, Marcel. Managed to make another pot of tea during the break, watching the videos. Great stuff.
Very nice. Yeah, I love that music vibe. I think there must be a YouTube channel with just chill out music, which we could just play in the shed. So we have that entire soundtrack whenever we're working away on stuff.
And then every 3 minutes reminding people to keep their distance.
Yes, I'm sure it's possible. Very cool stuff. Now, let me just swing through my bits and bobs in the background here so we can change back to our sort of show running stuff with logo and everything. Cool. Now, we've got some housekeeping to do. Housekeeping along the lines of, if you've got anyone who's not yet watching this, please get on the blower to them. Send them an email, send them a text, tell them to come on over to the ShedFest. And the best way they can get into this is go to men'ssheds.org.uk. You don't have to remember the rest, because actually there's a link on the front page of the Men's Shed website. So you can just click through and you can watch it live. So you don't even have to be registered with Facebook or anything like that, or even YouTube. You can just watch it right there. But if you join us on Facebook and YouTube, then you can add comments. And in the background, we've got comments like Dave Young on Facebook. Great selection of videos during the lunch break. Well done, all concerned. Thank you very much. So you can send us your comments at any point on YouTube and Facebook. Do the jazz hands routine. And you can send us a message, which is nice. And we can share that with the world. So, well, to that end, actually, tell us where you're coming in from. We know that there's a whole crowd of people watching at the moment. So just send us a quick message. Just tell us hi. We've got a few minutes before we start the next session. Where are you, Charlie?
I'm in Attenborough, rainy Attenborough, which is just outside of Nottingham.
Oh, sorry to hear that. I mean, not for the Attenborough bit, for the rainy bit. But do you need the rain?
The grass needs it.
Yeah, it's sunny Guernsey. I'm afraid I have to gloat on that one. It's gorgeous here today. Nice breeze. If I wasn't doing this, I'd be tempted to take the nipper out on the sailing dinghy this afternoon. But well, here we are. So second best. Now, other bits of information. If you also want to get in touch with us, and you're not on YouTube and you're not on Facebook, if you're just watching on the website, on that sort of embedded YouTube, you can text us as well on 07946 682 738. All of a sudden, just reading out a phone number on a live stream, I feel like Noel Edmonds on the swap shop back in the day.
Or you look more like David Bellamy, maybe, with a beard.
How dismally sad is that? We're all showing our age. But you've got a bit of a David Bellamy that going on there.
I've got more of a what was his name? Jeremy Beadle.
Oh yeah, unfortunate that.
King Edward the 8th, maybe 7th. No.
If we had polls running in the background, we'd do a sort of like a live on-screen poll to say, are sheds obligatory in your shed? Sorry, sheds. What am I talking about? Are beards obligatory in your shed?
Yeah, I was just wondering where the poll conversation was going then. So I'm glad that you meant a survey rather than something else. I just want to remind people there are 2 Zoom things going on today, Marcel.
Yes.
So from 4 till 6, we have a social room for shedders to just go and chat. Chat about anything you want to chat about. So that's on Zoom. And then from 7 o'clock, we have Metalcraft, which is a conversation about all things Metalcraft. It's being hosted by Mike Jen, our honorary president, and Jeff Allison, who's going to talk about some of the projects that they're working on in Dalbeattie Shed. There's a lot of cold metalworking as well. You can get all of the links off the UKMSA website. So that's the ShedFest-2020 or -2020. Yeah, go along, listen, ask questions, get involved in the conversation.
Yeah, good stuff. I'm not a Zoomer, so I might have to drop in this afternoon and learn how to use Zoom.
Yeah,
Dan's saying Captain Haddock, Charlie. What's that about?
But yeah, if you do, who was Captain Haddock, me or you?
I think he must have been. Oh, isn't Captain Haddock part of Tintin?
Yeah,
That's
maybe I'm
Tintin.
Tintin with my
little
my
yeah.
Boris haircut. Oh, thank you, Dan. Yes, me. Sorry, what was I saying? Yeah, for Zoom though, you do need to download the software beforehand. So remember to do that if you want to get onto. Thank you, Toy. If you want to get onto those chat rooms, the Metalcraft or the social area later.
And am I right in saying if you click on the Zoom link, it will take you to downloading Zoom in your browser?
It gives you the option to, and then you have to click yes and do that. So.
Great.
And hopefully people will be more successful than my father that takes 40 minutes every time. And you can hear my mother shouting at him in the background.
Oh, bless.
On the telephone. So
that's hard.
Yeah.
So a shout out to everybody who's been doing IT support for all of their relatives who are not used to IT, and they're having to do it over the phone, and they're having to teach someone how to use their iPad or computer. So yes, click on the blue button. So my shout out to them, because it's been a very painful few months, hasn't it, for everyone concerned. But well done, everybody who's stuck at it and got onto all these shed Zooms and streams and stuff like this. It's quite amazing how everybody, or lots of people, have transitioned. Was this something that was in your sort of vocabulary beforehand, Charlie?
Zoom?
Yeah.
It's what I try to do in my car that doesn't go very fast. I use Skype. Skype. We had been using Zoom as a great way to connect with all the ambassadors. So yeah, we did luckily have Zoom, and we tried a couple of other, like the BBC. Other systems are available. We did try some. Zoom works quite well for us, but and StreamYard is introduced to us thanks to you and Guernsey Shed, myself. So
yeah, you're welcome. We've been using it for Shedcast thing over the last 16 weeks, and it for streaming out to this like this. It just works really simply, really well. So I'm glad to pass it on. Right, I think we're unlocking the shed now this afternoon, aren't we?
Hopefully.
So let's get Rob Vicentena in from Wales. Hello again, Rob.
Hello.
Can I call you Rob, or is it properly Robert?
Rob to friends. You're a friend.
Robert,
my question stands. Right, gents, I'll leave you to it. Reminder to everybody, if you want to send us a comment along the way, if you want to ask a question, just tap it into the comments and it'll come through to us. If it's appropriate to the conversation, we'll stick it on screen so that everyone can take part in that conversation. And we'll see you a bit later.
Hello and welcome everyone. We should also be being joined by John Rushforth from Nairn Men's Shed in Scotland.
Hi.
Hello, John.
There he is.
All his Lego in the background. David Helmers from Australian Men's Sheds Association.
Good afternoon, I think it is.
Yes. Good evening, David. And Barry Sheridan. Is Barry with us yet? No, Barry will be joining us from Irish Men's Sheds Association, which of course also works with Northern Ireland as well as ourselves to a smaller extent. But sheds are pretty much all Ireland over there. So welcome. I don't know if you caught any of it earlier, David, but Rob showed us photographs or a film of him when he was much younger. And you need to ask him about his mankinis that he was talking about, having mankinis in the Welsh Assembly.
Yeah, I might be happy I missed that bit.
Yeah, he wasn't wearing them. He's passing those photos around later.
Okay, yeah, I'll be in bed.
So please excuse me during this cast as I look at my notes, a bit like Aerosmith. I don't want to miss a thing. So We're in, that was funny, by the way. We're in unprecedented times at the moment with lockdown and COVID-19 across the world. And, you know, without doubt, there's a terrible loss of life, friends, family, and across the shedding world as well. Our guests today, including myself, live in the different parts of the UK and the world. And our countries are all at different stages of that pathway to unlocking. Some are more advanced than others, and really looking forward to listening to David, where their sheds have opened, and of course Barry, where they were able to unlock the doors from last week. So in England, March 23rd was the lockdown day, and the 4th of July signalled the opening of multi-community centres, which we think is probably the closest we're going to get to a term for sheds. And then from the 6th of July, so yesterday, the shielding rules changed so that people over the age of 70 that didn't have a health condition previously can now go out in public without the same level of constraints. So that's the story in England at the moment, from our understanding. To get to that, the comment on the 6th of July, I did read 3 documents, 2 of which said the 4th of July was still nobody over the age of 70 going out, or definitely shielding. So there is a little bit of confusion in the fact that some of the documents aren't linked here in England. So, Rob, what's the situation in Wales at the moment? What can and can't you do?
Right, I think I'm as confused as everyone else. Is the honest answer? No, I think as of what day is it today? It's Tuesday. So as of yesterday, the 5-mile travelling boundary, that was the maximum you could travel, has been lifted. So you can now travel further. I think the shielding is still in place. Sheds are still closed. And as of Monday next week, hopefully, barbers, hairdressers will be open. But for now, sheds are still closed. I'm sure we'll come on to the documents that we produced together, giving advice to sheds on how they might consider reopening. And I know from many sheds that I've spoken to, they're already in that process of talking to each other over the phone, thinking about how they are going to open.
Just had a message from Barry, so he's just moments away. He just needs the link resending to him, so we'll get that sorted. And John, in Scotland.
Again, we're on a different timescale to the rest of the country. We are currently in phase 2 of the Scottish route map, which really doesn't give a lot of opportunity for main sheds to do anything, other than it's a little bit, you've got to be fairly restricted about it. We've got to be restricted at the moment. So in phase 2, we're stuck. Phase 3, hopefully, the next review takes place on the 9th of July, and we're all waiting the First Minister's announcement on that, which means that if we can move into phase 3, that kind of opens up the world to men's sheds a little bit. And I mean a little bit. It doesn't give us, we're going to have to wait what the exact advice is on that. It's looking likely they're giving us, we've had a message from the Scottish office sent via Nathan actually, that it's very likely that the date we should be looking at is the 23rd of July, because at that point, churches and community centres may be given to freedom to kind of open up much more. So it's clear, yet it's not clear. And we are busily working in the background as a shed with all the advice we can find from anywhere, basically, to try and put together our own plan of opening. It's got to be our plan that feels comfortable to our members, the members of Nairn Shed. it doesn't really make any difference if another shed's opening. We've got to be comfortable in Nairn Shed. That's been our approach as a directors and as a shed. Don't know whether that's any help.
No, thank you. And Barry will be with us shortly. He's just trying to get closer to his router. David, I never thought that I'd say Australia was more advanced than the rest of the UK. Never stayed on your cricket or rugby, but you're already there opening sheds.
Let's not talk about the cricket, eh? Let's keep it polite.
So you're already unlocked?
Yeah, look, and we shut down, or we recommended to the sheds back on, I think it was the 14th of March, that they consider closing. Again, we can't make that decision for them. We can't order them to do that. But that was about 2 weeks before government regulations shut everything down. So, and quite a few of the sheds did follow that advice. I'd say about 50% voluntarily shut down. The sheds now, I think, depending on where you are in Australia, you know, most of them have been open for about 3 weeks now. But we're just going through a stage, you might have seen on the news, in Victoria, there's been a bit of an outbreak, so a lot of the sheds within that area have had to close again, and we'll probably get this in little pockets around the country as this happens. But like what you're experiencing over there, it was very confusing interpreting the regulations and things like that. That's why we, from the association perspective, created a guide for sheds on how to, one, you know, the checks and balances in place that they had to do to make sure they were allowed to reopen under legislation. And then second part was for them to have, you know, a safety management plan in place so they could operate the shed safely. At one stage, we were trying to monitor all the government information and work off that to primarily decide when sheds could open. But that changed. That was driving us insane because it was changing on a day-by-day basis, and the local jurisdictions had different interpretations. It was just becoming an absolute nightmare. So we created a bit of an overall guide. But essentially that guide too comes back to who has the final say on the shed going back was the local land trustee or landlord of the building. And even in some parts of Australia now where they've had relaxed social distancing laws for about 5 weeks, some churches, there's one example where one church group has a lot of men's sheds in a particular area of the country, and they've said no, churches aren't opening, their community centres aren't opening, nothing's opening until they say so. And that's the landlord's prerogative, that they have the entitlement to do that. I suppose the other thing that really stands out in this too is, although a lot of the sheds and the guys running the sheds are really keen to get them open, and to be honest, I think in some isolated communities around Australia, they didn't even really close. A lot of this lockdown didn't. Yeah, if you're in a town that's 800 kilometres from anywhere, no one goes there and their risk is virtually zero. So a lot of those communities were supposed to be under lockdown, but understandably, yeah, it was very relaxed type of lockdown in those areas. Yeah, there's one guy said to me from a little outback town, we've been in lockdown for the past 100 years. It is that remote. But we've found with the number of the sheds that have opened, interestingly, a lot of the membership, we were expecting a big surge on the guys to want to come back to the shed, but they've been very cautious on coming back to the shed. A lot of the sheds have number restrictions on how many people can be there at once, but a lot of guys are coming back and saying, yeah, we're just not ready yet. We don't think it's safe enough, or there's just a air of cautiousness out there amongst them all.
Yeah. I mean, it's what's also interesting is the just I heard a couple of numbers being talked about the different phases. We're on DEFCON 3 in the UK, in England, sorry. Whereas some of the numbers go up, and in some countries they go down as well, which is Interesting. So, what are your main worries, John? What worries you about this?
I think our worries of the shed initially when we closed was how we're going to keep contact with each other. So we already set up a number of ways that people could contact each other. Fortunately, Nairn is a small town, a very small town in the Highlands of Scotland. It has a population probably about 8,000, which is small. You know, I mean, it's bigger than 800, but it's certainly a small population, and everybody has a tendency to know everybody. And the men in the men's shed tend to be very local as well, very much in town. So we were able, we thought, to be able to do things. We did then set up a Zoom, and it works exceedingly well. We have anything up to 15, and one day we had 20 of us in there, of members. I think our biggest concern is, one, the size of our building is quite small. We're on a live railway station. We are apparently the first community group in England, in UK, I should say, to have a community group on a live railway station. It's an old waiting room and it's small. We've been able to grow our membership to about 30 odd people. On a Wednesday, we have a social group, which is very important. Our members love just getting together, having a coffee, a chat, and just spending time together, crammed into a little room, which probably helps and to get to know each other. But our concern is that we've been doing some measurements in the sheds, and that will restrict it dramatically. It'll reduce it to 5 or 6 people on a good day with the wind in the right direction. Our concern really is we lose that community support, that sense of belonging, because those Wednesdays gave us that sense of belonging. So that's our biggest concern. And our biggest concern, of course, is also to the people who are shielding, because in Scotland, the shielding continues until July 31st that they're talking about. And we have quite a number of our members who are shielding. And so that creates an issue for us. We're looking to probably keep Zoom running for as long as it needs to keep running. We've even considered running the Zoom from the shed for the people that go in the shed, and then other people can come and join from the outside. That's our biggest fear, is those numbers. And our also fear is people's confidence in coming back again as well. When you've been out of the loop for as long as we have, it's going to be a bit scary getting back into that. So we're going to find ways to deal with that. You know, I considered having a pole party where we all go down to the beach and we sit 2 meters apart, but you can only come and join us if you come with a stick that's 2 meters long, so that we keep people as far away from each other as possible. But that was blown out the water. But,
yeah, we're going to talk about those things a bit later in terms of how people are feeling and things. Just waiting for, he's nearly here. So while we're waiting for Barry there, Discombobulus is asking about what is the view about a further wave over here in the UK. I mean, Rob, is it going to be the same again? Lockdown?
Oh, I don't know. I hope not, and I don't think so. I mean, what we saw with the local lockdown in Leicester, I think it's going to be more like that. I think. I hope. National lockdown again would be very difficult for a lot of people. My worry then would be whether people would take it as seriously as they did first time around. It's gone on a long time, but yeah, I think I'm no scientist, I'm no expert. It seems from elsewhere in the world that it's probable, and it will be more localized lockdowns.
Yeah, and that would certainly help sheds, because you'd have a lot more open and around. I mean, David, are they? I assume the Melbourne sheds still open, or are they closed
Yeah,
down?
no. And even then, it was only limited numbers in the Melbourne metro area that had actually opened. Again, it came down to that local issue with local councils and land trustees that had stopped a lot of the metropolitan sheds closing. And what we're seeing now with this outbreak we've had over here, and we say a little outbreak, numbers-wise, compared to what you guys have been through in the rest of the world, they are small numbers. Using the vast distances that we have over here, I think the strategy over here will be exactly that. As it looks like I think there's 30 odd suburbs in Victoria now around Melbourne that have gone into localised lockdown. So, between capital cities, virtually you've got to fly it. A lot of flights are being the flights virtually have stopped. All the airports for months now have been like a big parking lot of aeroplanes. The borders are closed, so you can't drive between the capitals through the highly populated areas anyway. So they're just focusing very much on localised shutdowns. I don't think we will go to a national lockdown again. Hopefully we don't. I think the government wants to avoid that at all costs.
Yeah, indeed. We are now, I'm happy to say, joined by Barry. Here he is.
How are we doing? Hey. Apologies.
Hiya, Barry. No problem at all. Have you got the mice running on the
technology? Yeah, something like that. It's strange because it's one of the first days I've been in the office, actually. I've been obviously working remotely for the last while, so I come into the office thinking, it speeds to be much better, no technical issues, and lo and behold, what do you do? Only can't get connected. But hopefully it's okay now and it's pretty clear.
Yeah, I think so. It's all. Everybody else hear him? Yep. Yeah. Cool. Barry, we just talked about situation in different countries, and I'm conscious that you cover both the Republic and Northern Ireland. What is happening in terms of lockdown and the different stages in both the north and the south?
Yeah, so initially the Irish government, which would be the Republic of Ireland, had a 5-phase, steps or 5 steps to reopening the country, and that kind of started back from the end of May. We kind of sped up a little bit, so we're down to 4 phases. And as of last Monday, we entered phase 3, and phase 3 was the beginning for sheds to be able to reopen. So you're talking about small groups of up to 50 people being able to meet. You're talking about, obviously, with social distancing and everything that goes along with that. You're talking about barbers opening, pubs opening again, restaurants opening again. So all of that since last week has happened. You're even talking about, contact sports starting again, etc. last week. So it's really sped up over the last couple of weeks. And so we have, within them guidelines, the sheds in the Republic of Ireland are free to open, although with meeting the public health advice, which is your social distancing. It's about ensuring that your numbers are okay. And what we did from our end was we did a very detailed kind of guideline piece for the sheds for them to follow, just on a step-by-step basis, the things to make your sheds safe to open. And really, this was just advice and guidelines for them to try and help them on their way to opening in a safe manner. So we've had, I suppose we've got 3 different groups. We've got sheds who are really keen to open and opened last week. You got sheds who are in the process of getting ready to open. And then you got other sheds, which is totally understandable as well, that are kind of taking their time with it, and they're not opening maybe until August or maybe the end of August. So absolutely, there's no pressure on any of the sheds to open. But what we want to be able to do is support the sheds when they feel it's safe for them to open in their own kind of area or in their own facilities, whatever that might be. As you know, there's no 2 sheds exactly the same, so that can vary greatly across the board. So look, we've had some wonderful feedback from some sheds opening. We've had wonderful feedback from sheds who are planning to open, and the excitement and the whole thing that goes along with that, because we've been 3.5 months out of the shed. So it's been really, really badly missed by an awful lot of men and their families, I think, and the communities that they're operating in. So for them, it was nearly like Christmas morning last week when some of them started to open. And then for some of the others, they've got something huge to look forward to. But it's really about, number one priority is just making sure that they do it in a safe manner and do it as safely as possible. and work with them and support them through that process as they kind of begin that journey to get them back open. Again, we're not opening workshops yet, so we're literally opening socially. So it's a space for the guys to come together, and then the workshops will follow down the road a little bit later.
Okay. And David, then, social distancing, how is that working in the workshop? Or is it?
Well, we can't police it for one, but the rule is that we've applied as one person per 4 square metres. A lot of the sheds are using you have to register the day before attending the shed, so they can determine the numbers. So you just can't show up at the shed as you would pre-COVID, just when you wanted to. So they can manage the numbers. Members have to register the day at least a day in advance, and say, I'm going to be there from 10 to 12 as long as there's room there. So, at the moment they're working on a 4 square metre, but, one person per 4 square metre rule in the workshop. And, but again, we're just asking them to use their common sense, in applying that. As I said earlier, a lot of the sheds seem to be doing that, and the numbers of men attending the sheds are down because a lot of them are being very cautious about returning.
Yeah, I did see it was on the BBC, and I actually saw a clip with David Jason calling it Trigger's Broom. For those that saw Only Fools and Horses, but it's if you can hit somebody with a broom, then you're too close. So just have these visions of shedders wandering around hitting each other. Still, it's a new sport. Rob, what thoughts have you given to sheds opening and the sort of things that they need to consider? David talked about pre-registering, 4 meters.
Yeah, I mean that's definitely something I've heard over here, and I just want to echo what everyone else was saying. Interesting but not surprising. The sheds are facing similar things across the world. There are those that are desperate to get back, those that are going to be very cautious, and those that are somewhere in the middle just planning. I think those planning, allocated days, that's what I've heard has happened a lot. Some sheds that were Monday to Friday are now going to run 7 days a week with fewer people each day, depending on the size of the shed. I suppose you were asking about concerns earlier, and what I was wondering about is habits. You're going to have 5 shedders in a shed, and it's just a human instinct, isn't it, to go back to doing what you were doing before, and getting closer than the 2 meters or the 1 meter plus or whatever we end up with, and the wearing of gloves and visors and masks and washing your hands regularly. It wasn't a habit pre-COVID in the shed, and people will relax again in the shed. I mean, that's normally a good thing, but there's that worry that people will relax and forget those social distancing.
Yeah, and I've heard that a lot from some teachers about, that they just automatically, instinctively go right next to the child, and then they realise or get shouted at by the children. I know my 4-year-old shouts at people in the street, 2 meters. Yeah. And have you? Barry's gone, but John was mentioning it earlier. Reluctance to go back to the shed. So Barry, hi. Reluctance to go back to the shed. From the 4 of you, what have you heard about that? We've got to get over the psychological barriers. I know in some sheds in the southwest that Patrick Abrahams was talking to recently. A lot of the committees were concerned, the age profile, particularly over 70s. So what kind of concerns are people talking about where you are?
I think people's concerns are really around the concerns of going out. It's no different to being in the shed to, sort of going out into that community again. And I think it's trying to find ways that the shed is a safe space that they feel comfortable in. And that is important. That's part of our guidelines that we've already got in terms of coming to the shed. This is a place you've got to feel safe. And if you're not feeling safe, then you've either got to leave or tell us why you're not safe. And I think it's being honest with people that we've gone through a very difficult stage. And there's no point in thinking that we're going to go back to where we were. We're going to go back to something new, and we've got to feel safe and comfortable in that new, and we've got to develop something new. We've got to develop different ways of dealing with things. As you rightly say, we don't think about standing naturally 2 meters away from somebody. It's not what we do. It's not what human beings do, I don't think. I think it's not a part of our DNA. So we've got to find ways that our members get that safety back, and they've got to talk. You know, we've got to keep talking and trying to give as many avenues that people can express themselves and say, can I do this? And can we do this about things? And I think that's where we as a shed feel our Wednesday meeting, where we all sit in a room and sit and chat to each other, is by far the most important thing. I think that's more important than getting the workshop things going, though I'm sure if Ian's listening to this, who is our workshop guy, he'll be probably hitting me over the head with his new vacuum cleaner, you know, sort of thing. But it is important. That's the important thing for Nairn Shed. We get that part right, we'll get the other parts right.
And Barry?
Yeah, no, exactly that. I think you know what the guys are experiencing, and the anxiety and the fear that might exist out there. It's just a reflection of society generally. So you're seeing people in all walks of life being more cautious, being more concerned about either going on trips or going on holidays, or going back to work or whatever it might be, going back to their sports. And I think the shed is just an extension of that. I suppose what we have is, because a lot of the members of the sheds would be in that more risk group, either through age or underlying health conditions, that we need to be extra bit vigilant and careful about it. And I think it's about, that's why we decided to kind of go step by step, you know, so socially meeting, to give them that sense of just being able to connect with one another again at a human level, in a tangible way that you can actually see someone, but do it at a distance. And I think building on that and building the confidence up on the back of that. And I think this is where the committees within the sheds have a role to play, without putting too much pressure on them. It's just to try and ensure that that's the steps to returning to the shed is as easy to follow for everyone, you know. So we've done rotas, so we're asking every shed to have a rota system, so there's no confusion. I think Dave mentioned it there as well. So not everyone is landing in at once. So you know that actually, you know, we're in a Monday morning or a Tuesday afternoon. And for some people, for some sheds, that means opening more sessions, if you know what I mean. So they're open longer hours so they can cater for everyone coming through. But look, I think it's human nature, and I think anyone that has that bit of anxiety about returning, that's completely fine, and that's an individual, personal piece that they need to feel comfortable with. What the shed can do is try and show them that they put every measure that's possible in place to help support them to come back, to help them feel safe. And I think that's the piece now. And there's, we said it already, there's no two sheds exactly the same. There's no two individuals exactly the same. So everyone will have their own thoughts and feelings on this. So there shouldn't be any pressure on anyone, or there shouldn't be any underlying going, well, our shed is open Monday and everyone has to be at the shed. That's not how it's going to work, you know. And it is that new normal that we need to get our head around. It's that new way of being able to kind of, you know, and sometimes you kind of, if you step back from and go, well, actually, my shed is so important to me that I will do whatever it takes to do it safely, because it's too important not to have it. And that's the risk that exists across society at the moment, that if we don't get this right, the potential for this to come back and come back stronger or not go away is too great. Like, you know, do we want to spend another 3 months isolated and locked down and not being able to see our shed members or visit our shed? No one wants that. So I think, you know, and people, I think, appreciate that. And if some people want to take longer than others in terms of coming back, I think that's 100% fine. Let them take their time and see what's going on. What we're trying to do from our end, we're trying to show sheds the positivity that opening a shed has done, so they can share their stories, but also the story about how they actually went about opening their shed. So we're sharing that because, you know, it can be daunting for some sheds. It can be kind of It can be kind of, there could be a fear factor there about how we ever get open. So we're trying to share the stories of the sheds that have opened and the steps that they took that maybe other sheds can learn from that. And I know I would have talked a lot to David about their sheds reopening again, sharing that knowledge and sharing that experience. And I think that's really, really important. So like everything with Men's Sheds, we learn from each other and we share our stories, and hopefully that we can support each other through whatever means we can to get open in a safe way. But it slowly does it, I think, is the key to it. Slowly does it. So there's no complacency and no expecting it to be back the way it was, because we're not at that stage yet, and we won't be for a while to come, unfortunately.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And we had a radio show, Shed Happens, and one of the questions from a shed in Scotland was, how are you going to manage the relationship with, Scottish sheds that might not be opening as early? And actually, it's Australia, England, Ireland that are going to be the guinea pigs for Wales and Scotland to find out best practice. David, there's a question there from Ross Whitehouse.
Yep, saw that.
Are sheds running more sessions?
Yes, and I think Barry, touched a bit on that in what he was just saying there. Whether they open more sessions or not is purely a domestic issue for them, to make that decision, each individual shed. I do know some sheds have reported back to us that, excuse me, they're opening earlier in the morning and closing later. Some sheds, that were only open 4 days a week are now open 7 days a week, to accommodate that. But at the other side of the scale, we've got some sheds that are opening that might have been open 4 or 5 days a week are only opening 1 day a week. Right. And that's just the path they have chosen. There's no, it's a difficult question to answer because it's a yes and a no. Some are doing it, some aren't doing that. It's purely a domestic issue for each shed to determine that, what they want to do to accommodate it. But I think generally, though, a lot of sheds are very much giving a lot of thought to what's going to happen post-COVID as well, and looking at expanding. Like the rest of the world, we're going to have much higher unemployment. There's going to be a lot more men socially isolated, away from that employment base, and there's going to be a lot more pressure on the sheds to accommodate more men. I've had this discussion with a lot of sheds over here that are actually giving that some serious thought. It's that their thing is seeing it as an opportunity for new membership, getting younger men involved, but two, they're looking at it as a bit of a threat as well, is that their internal capacities may not be able to cope with those type of numbers. How are they going to deal with it? From a managerial type perspective as well. So I think that's more on their mind. What are things going to be like in 12 months' time?
Yeah, and we've seen an increase in demand. I mean, Rob's had a few sheds open virtually in Wales while this has been going on, and very much conscious as well that men are twice as likely in the UK to die from COVID-19 or with COVID-19 than women, and that's related at the moment when people are talking about it to the types of work they do. But we are also seeing, considerable redundancies in areas such as Airbus and engineering and Rolls-Royce in the UK. So I think that it's probably a pattern that's being seen around the world. Yeah.
And a lot of positions there. I was talking to a friend of mine only last week who was a pilot, a long-haul pilot for Qantas in Australia, and he got laid off very early in the piece, and he said his wit's end because he just can't get a job. He said, piloting skills aren't really transferable. You don't have management skills, you don't have any other skills there, so he's just cannot get a job for love or money at the moment. Yet 6 months ago he's flying 747s all around the world. A lot of these people are going to need initiatives like Men's Sheds to help their mental health and well-being through this whole process.
I know one of the comedians, Jason Manford. Is it Jason Manford? I think it is. He tried to get a job as because all the arts are closed down. He tried to get a job as a Tesco driver for one of the supermarkets, and he was rejected, and then eventually he's now working for another supermarket. And but yeah, he was struggling, but it became quite amusing online. But he just wanted to help as well, to do something positive. I just want to start talking about positives now. For me, tremendous tragedy, as we talked about earlier when we introduced the session. But I think there's been some positive learning as well. So, Rob, what would you say are some of the positive outcomes of the lockdown in terms of
this, as in this technology, this streaming, this connecting? It's new to me. I think, like we were talking earlier, Skype is all that I used before, but it has been introduced to so many more people that would normally have not used it or even considered looking into it. I go to the shed. I don't need stream, is what is what I would hear. People go to the shed to have these conversations, but they're not able to. As time went on, more and more shedders started using the Zoom, the WhatsApp, the StreamYards. But going forward, we need to remember that, and now not forget those who are still not online. But the stories that have come out of those guys who pre-COVID weren't using technology, who are now using technology, they can share those stories to those who still haven't picked up that technology, and hopefully encourage them to do that. I mean, hopefully this won't happen again. But we created the virtual Zoom room shed that I was talking about earlier. I think that's been a great success, and that will continue. What that allows, and like today, shedders from across the world to come together. Sheds without boundaries.
Yes. John, you touched on, you've got your Zoom calls, and that you need to continue to do things for those that aren't necessarily coming back physically at the time being. Any other lessons that we've learned?
I think the lessons we've learned is that we're kind of stronger than we thought we were, in a daft kind of way. I am amazed at the way that the group, I still have a sense that men's sheds exist. My concern when we shut that door was suddenly, it was like that closing was very significant, and I suddenly thought, oh God, it's not going to come back. And now I realise it's going to come back. The resilience in our members, who are not desperate to come back, they just want to come back. They're not they're saying, okay, we'll wait, it's not a problem, it's okay. And I think that's been a massive positive. One of the positives I've noticed in the community as I've linked the men's sheds into a number of other community support groups that were set up because of COVID, is we've had a number of people understanding what social isolation is. And we've had people coming to us talking about, well, I suddenly discovered how isolated my father is, or my brother is, or whoever is, and are looking to us that when we can get back, that they can join into us. So in a way, we've gained some strength from this. And I feel very positive about it. I felt incredibly positive on we have adopted the station. It's part of the way us taking over the world. We've adopted Nairn Railway Station. We're the adopters, but finally we're allowed to have named volunteers who can go in and deal with the flower beds that we look after. And seeing, yeah, we've got 3 of our volunteers are out there. So the positive to me is I can see, beginning to see that light at the end of that tunnel. 2 months ago, there was no light. It was just grim. We've got that light now, and I think that's important that we keep hold of that.
Thanks. Barry and David, I mean, you probably wouldn't be here because I'd have sent you an invite with 1 week to go to ShedFest because I'm useless like that. The positives that you've seen, technology or learnings.
Look,
I think.
Yes. Sorry, Barry.
I'll ask you together to confuse it.
Yeah, yeah. You've got a slower internet than me, mate. I can jump in front of you.
Yeah, it's one of the few things Australia can win at.
Yeah, sometimes. That and cricket, Charlie. Come on. Look, I had no doubt. Was never fearful about the sheds. I was not surprised. I was pleased to see the way the shedders looked after each other in the sheds. We started a pyramid calling system where I dedicated a number of staff to call sheds every day, encourage them to ring their committees, then down to every guy in the shed. And that worked brilliantly. There must have been hundreds of thousands of phone calls probably a week going on, just blokes checking on blokes. I think looking at it from a organisational perspective and how we do business, we call it business. We run associations that look after the sheds, which we're charities, but whichever way you look at it, it's a business modelling. We had to launch new initiatives, through technology and other means, and I think that's going to restructure how we work in the future, and I think that's a real positive. The other positive from the sheds, to turn a negative into a positive, you were saying there before, John, about other people experiencing social isolation and things like that, and it is hitting the younger generation now very hard. They're falling on hard times, experiencing exactly that. It's giving them more of an understanding of what it's like, and a lot of younger people. We've already started to see this in the early few weeks, wanting to get involved in men's sheds and learn those skills from the older guys and be retrained. So they're realising their career may not just be sitting behind a computer somewhere in an office doing something, but want to create things with their hands and look at old skills and start manufacturing product again. So in a very broad social sense, these are some of the positives that are probably going to come out of it, and something that men's sheds will play a role in. There'll be a lot of mentoring opportunities in sheds. We're really getting back to what a lot of the early sheds I was involved with 14 odd years ago were doing in youth mentoring and education and training. I think that's going to be a very strong opportunity for sheds in the future as well.
And Barry?
Yeah, I agree with a lot of what has been said there. I think there's a number. If you take it from the first thing, I think we have to be, from our experience in Ireland here, is that we have to be extremely proud of the men in the sheds, not just where they're looking after each other, but they're looking after the most vulnerable in the communities then as well. So there was always this piece with them going, well, can we support other people as well? And I think that's something that's quite unique to the sheds, and in terms of the concept and the impact that sheds can have that we can overlook sometimes is actually, it's not just about the men, it's about what they can do to help others in terms of their communities. And we've seen wonderful examples of that across the board. But the men, in terms of how they reacted and how they supported each other, was really, really kind of heartwarming, I think, and it's, I think it kind of showed us and it showed wider society that, the sheds are a real positive asset for any community to have within their area. And I think that's something that we can take away from it and realize, actually, what we're doing is so important. It's so important for a broader societal kind of I suppose, sustainability, if you want to call it that, because in essence, it brought what I feel is that what has happened through this whole COVID experience for everyone, it's brought the best out in people. And magnifying that right across the country here has been the sheds doing what they can do to help each other, but also go beyond that. So I think that's really positive. I think from an organizational point of view, there's the technology piece is highlighted absolutely how we need to kind of fast track that IT literacy piece in terms of making sure that guys have the opportunity and the knowledge and experience and have access to the training to allow them to take advantage of technology, because we've seen a lot of people adapting really quickly, but we're always afraid of the ones that slip through the net. So how do we ensure that we start at the ground and make sure that people have the opportunity to learn the basic skills that might complement the work that we're doing on the ground? It's never going to replace it, but if it can complement the support that we're offering sheds out there, I think that's something that's really positive. I think the piece that David mentioned as well around kind of that increase in demand coming down the road, like in Ireland, the shed started 10 years ago in the middle of a recession here, the last recession here, and we're getting stuck into a similar position again. So the demand and everything that's coming down the tracks is something that we need to be prepared for a little bit. But I think we're in a much better position now than what we were 10 years ago to be able to cope with that demand, because you have that national recognition and you have that bit of support at a national level, which makes it easier then from a public profile point of view, for people to understand that actually the sheds are there to help, and it's something that I could get involved in. So there's a lot of positives, but I think we can't ignore the fact. I don't think anyone knows the answer to this. Is like the post-COVID, impact this is going to have on everyone's mental health and everyone's health. So where are we going to be in 12 months' time or 18 months' time, and what's the fallout going to be outside of the financial difficulties we might find ourselves in as countries? From a health perspective, where's it going to leave us? And what's the ramifications of going through what we've gone through over the last few months? And we don't really know that until we come out the other side, and it could be even a period of time after that. So while there's a lot of positives we can take from it, I think we need to be able to be ready to adapt and to look at the longer term impacts that it might have had over the last few months.
My apologies there. I think that's my car insurance calling me. Somebody decided to run into the side of me on Friday. But they can wait. For me, one of the great benefits is the relationship with Men's Sheds Cymru. So we'd already been meeting. We'd met in Cardiff, discussing of how we were going to work together. And actually, the Unlocking the Shed document was a real good project to see how we work together, Rob, I think.
Yes, it was, and so much more, and Shed Happens Radio.
Yeah, indeed.
I mean, that was brilliant. I was in show 1 and show 7 with Barry, and then Tony and Peters, the wellbeing advocates, joined in, and it's really good. Sheds Without Borders again, isn't it? Together stronger. We really are.
Yeah, and just thinking of sheds themselves, so they've had 3.5 month break, and I think this will go for all sheds around the country, and in Australia and Ireland and Canada, US. One of the challenges, I think, is income. So some sheds have saved money. There have been schemes in Wales, Scotland, England, Ireland about rate relief. But what is the financial cost to sheds at the moment? David, I suppose, because you've come through that. Has it been cost neutral, or have sheds closed because of the finances?
Look, there has been a handful of sheds around the country we know of that have struggled through it. Most sheds in Australia, and I think we're up to 1,150 odd now, I would say are on, well, we know for a fact that 99% of them are on third-party property, as in they don't own their own land. There's only probably 3 sheds I know of in Australia that actually own their own freehold property. The rest are on Crown land, public land, and generally have a peppercorn rental agreement, about $480 a year. There's a small number that have commercial leases where they're paying, I heard of one shed that was paying $50,000 a year rent, which is not the modelling that we've ever recommended for sheds to take. Using disused government buildings and getting that on a peppercorn rental agreement. I think the average we worked out through our surveys was about $480, I think, rent a year, which is bargain rates, really. So for them to close their doors, there's also been initiatives from agencies there to, there's been, they haven't been using much power. So there's not much of an electricity bill or water bill or anything like that. In some instances, they're being waived anyway. So they have suffered, yes, a financial loss to a degree, but it hasn't been, when I say generally, I mean in most cases, it hasn't been impacting. There's a lot of sheds out there who will say totally different. They've missed out on making a lot of money, but they haven't suffered a huge loss, and they're not at the risk of being closed down. I think we might lose half a dozen maybe, but they would have been on those commercial type leases.
And Barry?
Yeah, similar to that, really. I think we've seen that Shed's income has definitely gone down because they couldn't do their fundraisers, they couldn't do their local events that they'd be doing themselves or get donations for the work they're actually carrying out. So there has been, I think we did a survey and we had around 80% of sheds saying that they were their income was severely affected by the crisis. But again, it's income that's lost rather than putting them under pressure to survive, if you know what I mean. So it's there's a number of schemes that we're trying to work on at the moment to try and raise some money for the sheds at the moment to try and help them a little bit. But I think, yes, there could be a couple of casualties, and unfortunately that could be the way it's going to be. We'd hate to see that happen anywhere, across the place. We'll try and support them the best we can. But I think you will find the majority of sheds, and especially with the goodwill that's out there in the communities that the sheds are in now at the moment, sheds will be supported locally when they get back up and running again. So I think that will help a lot here, especially for the vast majority of sheds. I think they will find a good bit of local support to try and get them back up and running and open again. So look, it's too early to say because we're so early in the process of trying to get open. We know we will have some sheds in difficulty, but we will be pretty confident that we can try and find a way to get them sheds to continue on and try and support them through it. But look, there's no other way of saying it, but it's challenging time for an awful lot of sheds. But that's why I suppose getting open safely and being able to plan again would make such a huge difference to them. So we hope to get that up and running as soon as possible for the majority of them.
Cool. And John, I know your shed's okay. You're on a peppercorn rent with Nan. Any sheds near you that you've heard of financially, or have they just generally been, no income but outgoings not really impacted?
I think generally most people are okay. We on a Thursday have a regular open Zoom meeting, and some of the sheds come on and are in some difficulties because of they're on paying commercial rents. And I think those sheds are the ones that are in the real biggest trouble. We're incredibly fortunate, but Nairn has been very fortunate right from day one. But I think sheds that have to raise money for rents are clearly been in some difficulties. But a number of sheds I've heard of where the landlord's been very good to them as well and let them reduce, either don't pay rent or reduce the rent significantly. Cool. I haven't heard of anybody in real difficulties as of yet.
Okay, and Rob, thanks, John. And Rob, and your questions just come up on the screen as well, but most sheds okay in Wales?
I think so. Similar to what John was saying there. I haven't heard otherwise. There is worry, but I think there was a comment earlier that the rates relief scheme has helped those who were eligible for it. And I'm going to ask my question of David now, since I'm here and on screen. David, when we met in Cardiff a few years ago, I remember you saying that there were more men's sheds in Australia than McDonald's. That's really stuck with me, and I've used it in a lot of speeches I've done. Is it still true?
It is. I think at last count we lead them by about 180. But I think at the end of this, the financial hardships hit McDonald's a lot harder than what it's hit us, mate.
Excellent.
Another great model to learn from sheds. Well, we've come to the end of our allotted time. I don't know if anybody's got any messages that they would like to say to the audience. Anything burning that we haven't covered? No. In which case, I just a heartfelt thank you to the four of you for coming on. All the way from Australia. It's way past my bedtime there. it's you know, and thank you to Barry. I know that you struggled a little with the technology.
Yeah, apologies for that.
Serves you right for going to your office.
Yeah, yeah. There's a lesson in that, isn't there? Yeah.
He's just showing off that he can go to the office.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, but he's got an office for that matter.
Stay home. Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
So yeah, and thank you, John, all the way from Nairn, and Rob from just north of Cardiff, in somewhere that
Thank
I
you.
probably can't. Aberdare, is it? No.
Taftswell.
Taftswell.
Nice and easy.
Taftswell. Okay, well, thank you all very much. Later on, we've got from 4 o'clock till 6 o'clock, we've got the Zoom call, the Zoom social, and then don't forget at 7 o'clock this evening, we have Metalcraft and metalworking with Mike Jen and with Jeff Allison, who's going to talk about the, I think, the car that they've been working on, and there's even a Scan Me thing there, which is a Q code or a C code or some sort of code.
QR code, yeah.
QR code, there we go.
So if you've got your smartphone with you, point your smartphone at the screen with the camera on, and you might have to adjust the size of it slightly according to the size of your screen. And the camera should recognize that black and white pattern is a QR code, and that then links you to the ShedFest web page, which is jolly clever, isn't it?
That's just blown my mind. It looks like a fingerprint.
Yeah, amazing stuff. So I'll leave that on stage just for a moment. Well, in fact, I can ditch that. Let me see, ditch that and leave that on Charlie's face. There you go.
That's probably a lot better for the people watching, or all three of you that are still watching. No, thank you very much. Thank you for today. So far, it has been the feedback we've received is really positive and incredible. So thank you for listening. We hope that it's been helpful and educational, and probably better than my homeschooling by far. So thank you, and over to you, Marcel. Now for, is it music and graphics? Oh,
and croissants. No, we're just going to plug up what's happening tomorrow. 10 o'clock, we've got Peter Sefton of the Peter Sefton Furniture School joining us for an hour. And at 10:50, then there's going to be a workshop or a discussion panel on shed leadership, because of course you can have very flat structures, as funnily enough someone was just mentioning a moment ago in the discussion, very flat structure of we're all in this together, ranging right through to the other end of structures where there's one guy, and you know that one guy, and he's very autocratic. Now, that's not to say one way is better than the other, but there's going to be a discussion about varieties of shed leadership styles. Then in the afternoon, 1:30, we're going to be talking about re-engaging with your community, as we've, of course, just been discussing the way places have shut down. There's a lot of loss of momentum. So there's going to be a new option now, new opportunity now for us to get out there and connect with our communities again on all different levels, from just serving your community, outreach to blokes, and also community programs and that sort of thing. Then at 2:30, we've got machine maintenance, a bit like the videos we were talking about earlier today. But we've got a guy, Rolf Buer, I think I've got his surname possibly wrong, but Rolf will be talking about machine maintenance from his tiny workshop. We visited there yesterday in the background with the production team, and yeah, he's got a tiny little space. So if you've got any questions about machine maintenance, then tomorrow at 2:30. And then 4 o'clock again, as today, there's going to be a ShedFest social. A bit like if you went along to the ShedFest in Worcester, you'd go and hang out in the cafe afterwards, and you'd just jibber jabber and stick a croissant on your face and drink lots of tea. That's what we're doing on Zoom this afternoon and tomorrow afternoon. And then in the evening tomorrow, carving and sculpture, which I must admit I'm looking forward to. My son has just gotten some carving chisels, and and he's just been given some basswood, lime wood, whatever, linden, whatever you call it. There's lots of different names. So he's itching to have a go at some of this. So I think myself and my son will be avidly watching that tomorrow. Looking forward to that. What are you looking forward to tomorrow, Charlie?
Yeah, the sculpting, really, and the carving. But they'll all be brilliant, clearly. But
Yeah.
I have some chisels for carving, and I've used them once. And the hedgehog didn't really look like a hedgehog, so I'm looking forward to seeing people's work and listening to what they've got to say about it. But the other one, the re-engaging the shed, is going to be important as well. Not only about re-engaging to generate income, but also re-engaging with that community. And I was talking to Rob a couple of days ago on this, and Men's Sheds in Wales, Men's Sheds Cymru, is the only men's advocacy group in Wales. There isn't any other group that works just for men. So we also have a job to do there in all of our countries about promoting the differences of men and how we support them. So that re-engagement is so important, so that people know that we're there, and getting rid of those myths as well.
Absolutely. Yeah, big job to be done there. Okay, cool. So thank you one and all. This afternoon there's a Zoom. So if you want to know about getting on the Zoom, go to either scan that or go to this address, men'ssheds.org.uk, and there you'll find the Zoom link and the password. That's on the Men's ShedFest website. So that's this afternoon for a very social thing, and then this evening the metalworking workshop. The links are all there, and failing that, we'll see you tomorrow at 10, bright and breezy, 10 in the morning. Brilliant. Thank you one and all for joining us. We'll see you tomorrow.
See you later. Bye.